They are at the county level, almost what we call the sub-county level. But they are able to get their academic or their standards right. Why? Because they are able to spare or they are able to use the resources that they have. But they usually say the people who earn more are the ones who are very poor with savings. Have you ever heard that kind of a statement? That the people who earn more are the ones who are very poor with savings. And the ones who earn less are able to put every single coin where it is needed. So we are saying a well-performing public institution does not mean it has all the resources it requires. We are saying what is important is how much or how well do you spend with what you have. Financial management, we are saying, is one of the most fundamental practice in every organization because it will be able to help you do what? Do the planning, do the organizing, do the directing and controlling. And this is what we usually refer to as a postcode. That with the finance, when you have effective and efficient financial management, ladies and gentlemen, you'll be able to plan with what you have. You'll be able to organize your people to be able to achieve their goals with the minimal resources that you have. You'll be able to direct and you'll be able also to control. We are saying that financial literacy skills will be able to assist the heads of institutions to be able to undertake their responsibilities in managing their financial resources. And remember, what we are saying is, it's not the more you have, it's the what you have. How are you able to use it in your institution? So by the end of these two sessions, ladies and gentlemen, we want you to appreciate the importance of financial literacy. And this one is not just for for our institutions, but also as you as an individual. How are you able? Remember, you have kept on saying that teachers are supposed to be role models. The question you're asking ourselves is, how well do you manage the resources you have? Even if you're earning 10,000, how well are you able to manage that 10,000? Even if you're earning over 100,000, how well are you able to manage that 100,000? And then we're also expecting you to demonstrate the understanding of financial literacy, which you have already started, because some of us have given us the meaning or what they think is the meaning of the financial literacy. We'll also take you through the laws that govern the management of resources. And lastly, Mr. Kisili will take you through the part D, where you must be able to understand budgeting, procurement, store management, inventory in managing the school resources. So we start off with the KWL. Mr. Aquila, are you ready? And you concentrate on number 1 and number 2, or column 1 and column 2. What you know is what you start with, and what you want to know will come later. So the first question should be what you know about financial literacy. And then after we are done, or when you feel you have exhausted what you want to know, then we go to what I want to know. The last one, we will handle it after we are done with the 2 sessions. So Aquila.
Madam Nancy is creating. She's creating.
Sorry?
She's almost. Madam Nancy is creating.
Oh, Zone is doing it. It's okay.
Yeah. I'm in 2 Zoom meetings.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, you're also handling the other class, eh?
Yeah, for cohort 3.
Okay. Madam Nancy?
Yes, you can stop sharing.
Oh, yeah. So we start off with what they know about financial literacy, okay?
Okay, I'm going to have a general one.
All right.
Okay, there we go. Are you able to see?
Mm-hmm. So now you can tell them how they should do it.
Okay, participants, you go to your browsers and you browse menti.com. Menti.com.
Nancy.
Yes, Joyce?
We were in KWL, just right, eh?
Yeah.
What they want to learn, what they know about financial literacy.
What just they know.
We are in KWL, yes. What they know about financial literacy. We'll come to the second part, what they would like to learn. What they know about financial literacy, just that.
Okay.
Mm. Or we use the chat if it's becoming a bit nene. Can you use the chat?
They can also use a chat, although we are coming up with it.
Okay. Let me give you time.
Okay.
As you come in, I can also be reading what they have written for chat. They are saying knowledge of spending, on how to manage finances, knowledge of spending, financial management in an institution, how to manage finances, knowledge skills on financial management. The principal is a chief financial officer. I agree with you, Obuya. Investments, managing finances, budgeting according to Henry, keeping records, financial records, I hope so. Know how to manage funds, thank you. Financial skills, budgeting in skills. Thank you, Nancy.
There you are.
Yeah.
So are they able to see?
Yes, dear, we are.
So there they are.
Just put it in slideshow.
Okay, let's see.
So you can still continue using the chat as Madam Nancy works on it, planning and budgeting with the financial resources that one has, using school funds well, how to budget, enables one to utilize finances, have financial skills, concepts, how to manage school finances. Imekata?
Imekataa, sijui kameenda wapi.
All right, let them use the chat for now. It's okay.
It's
all right. So use the chat. What you know about financial literacy, steps of procurement in schools, tracking expenditure, steps of procurement, budgeting and investing, managing of school money, procurement processes, financial management in a school, according to Emily. Let's move on. How to utilize finances, knowledge on how to manage finances, best practices in financial management, types of school accounts, ability to account for finances, managing finances well, proper utilization of resources, skills that one has to manage finances, sourcing money for spending, tethering, how different accounts work, being knowledgeable financially, saving in cooperatives, how to manage finances, how to use books of accounts, receiving and spending finances prudently, use of vouchers, resource spending, school funds in an appropriate manner, various heads of school account, control school account. Thank you. Can we now go to the second part? What you want to learn. What you want to learn. Let's go to the second part, what you want to learn. About savings for retirement. Oh, how to plan school funds. Helen, looking for ways of getting money. But you are saying it's not looking for, yeah, let's move on. Maybe having a business, you see that. Policy framework, we are going to look at that. Ladies and gentlemen, how to budget, we look at that also. How to start a business, procurement, it's just about saving. Taking up a loan. Hey, when to take up a loan? How to handle? Yeah, at least now that one they can go to the Mentimeter. So go to www.menti.com and the code is just there on your screen. Then you tell us what you want to learn. www.menti.com and the code is 239059193. Although I can see people learn how to budget and invest, accountability of school finances, how to manage finances. So go to www.menti.com and use the code 23905193.
So participants, on your browser, you click menti.com. And then when it's asking for the code, you write that which Madam Joyce has, yeah, good. They are coming there. How to save.
How to save.
They want to learn about how to save.
Mm-hmm. Effective budgeting.
Okay.
Let's have more responses.
More responses. You are 226, yeah? Policy frameworks.
We'll give you.
There you are. Saving school money.
Mm-hmm.
Financial skills.
Mm-hmm.
How to account for, I think, money.
Someone is asking for the code 239051993. It's at the top of the screen.
How to start a business, Madam Joyce.
Wow. First, you start with saving.
Yeah.
Debt it's not the amount of money you have. It's what you are doing with what you have. As I said, there are those ones earning millions. And by 15, they are broke.
School funds, bookkeeping.
Mm-hmm.
How to start a business, how to balance accounts,
mm-hmm.
financial money, how to budget effectively.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that one is paramount, is coming. School funds.
Munyoki, what is the issue? Please put it in the chat. For now, we are concentrating on this. We'll be able to address it kwa chat.
And also collection of fees.
What are we browsing? That is what Josephine is asking. So can you go to www.menti.com in your phone?
Yeah, just menti.com and they get the code there.
But then the instructions are all here. Can you see where I'm pointing? Go to no, sorry, that is Nancy. Go to www.menti. Look at the top part of your screen. The details are all there. www.menti.com. And then you'll be able now, it will ask you for a code. Can you put this code? 23905193.
Also, we have procuring process.
A book of angel. I spell the Menti for you. How?
Menti is MENTI.com. Menti, MENTI.com. Click on that. It will ask for a code. You give what Madam Joyce is giving you, and then now you give your answer after submission. Management of finance. Joyce, there are many.
There are many now. So,
yeah.
So in other words, they want to know how to save, how to do the budgeting, how to make sure they are using their finances prudently, and so on and so forth. Thank you very much, Nancy. It's okay, you can now lower it.
Okay, fine.
So you'll come to what you learned later when you are done with the 2 sessions. I'm back, am I?
Yeah, you are.
I can see your screen.
Oh, you can, thank you. So we want to do the introduction of financial literacy by watching this video. So I hope we are all ready.
In the first 3 episodes, Mr. Smart has discussed in detail about poverty, paying yourself first, and making money without work. Now, let us answer this question. What is financial literacy? Financial literacy is the ability to make smart financial decisions, which result into desired financial outcomes. It is not about knowing the stats and complex financial concepts. It is simply the ability to make right financial decisions in personal finance. It is quite possible that a college dropout is more financially literate and successful than a PhD or MBA. In fact, educational institutions focus only on scholastic and professional training. They do not teach about money and finances. That is the reason why so many brilliant physicians, engineers, accountants, lawyers, artists, and civil servants struggle in their financial life. They know how to earn money, but they don't know how to manage money well. Schools and colleges train kids to be hardworking and diligent employees who follow rules and procedures. So the financial training is entirely left to parents, or the cold, practical world teaches the basic lessons of money in a hard way. Why not start educating yourself about money matters and learn these skills in a soft way? Otherwise, the rich will continue to get richer and the poor poorer. The rich will surely teach their kids the financial matters themselves, while the poor kids will never learn these lessons. Let us exercise our mind to grow it like a bodybuilder exercises his muscles in a gym. Some people misunderstand that money is wealth, but money may come and go. The only sustainable wealth is financial education, experience, and training. This wealth will never leave you. If you go broke sometime in your life and lose all your money, you can acquire even more money by your financial education, acumen, and training. That is your real wealth. Concept of assets and liabilities is a cornerstone of financial education and literacy. It is a necessity to understand an income statement and balance sheet to fully grasp the concept of assets and liabilities. Income statements show earnings and expenses over a period of time, such as a month or a year. Balance sheets must balance assets on one hand and liabilities plus equity on the other hand at a point in time. Here, an asset in the balance sheet will produce income which is recorded in the income statement, while a liability in the balance sheet will create an expense which is again recorded in the income statement. Your target should be buying income-creating assets. Your house in which you are living is not an income-producing asset. If you have availed a loan from the bank to buy this house, you will pay a mortgage to the bank every month. Even if you bought your house without any loan, your house will incur expense to maintain it. Only a house which is producing rental income is an income-producing asset. It is certainly good to own the house in which you are living, but it is even better to own a house which is producing passive income for you. Knowing the difference between assets and liabilities is one of the important concepts which make you financially literate. There are many other concepts like budgeting, savings, insurance, and debt, which you should properly understand to make smart financial decisions. Mr. Smart will make a complete series of animated lessons for you about financial literacy. Once it is uploaded, its link will be given in the description. Now let us summarize what you have learned in this episode. 1. Financial literacy is the ability to make smart financial decisions which result in desired financial outcomes. 2. Educational institutions focus only on scholastic and professional training. They do not teach about money and finances. 3. The only sustainable wealth is financial education and training. 4. An asset in the balance sheet will produce income which is recorded in the income statement, while a liability in the balance sheet will create an expense which is again recorded in the income statement.
Tumeona, what have we
In the first 3
Sorry.
episodes,
What have you learned from the video? You can start putting that in the chat. Can you see my screen now?
Yeah, it is
Am I
visible.
back? I'm back, yeah?
Yeah.
So I hope you have learned something from that video. You can put it in the chat, we'll look at it. So we are saying financial literacy is being financially literate because it allows an individual to be better prepared for specific financial roadblocks. From that video, there's something I have just learned. That wealth is not the amount of money you earn. It is how you manage what you earn. I hope you have also gotten something from it. And you're also saying financial literacy is the ability to understand and make sure that you're using the variety of skills, including how to take care of your own finances, how to budget, and how to invest. And something else I've also learned from the same video is that my house where I live in, it's not what? Nancy, the house where you live in.
Yes.
What did you learn from it? It is not generating any income, is that so? By the way, I spend more on it. So you must make sure that you're investing. You have maybe some rental houses outside that are bringing income.
Sure.
Achieving financial literacy can also help you as an individual to avoid making poor financial decisions and make sure that you are coming up with a self-reliant, you are being self-reliant, and you can also be able to achieve the financial stability. Are you self-reliant? What does that mean, being self-reliant? What does it mean to be self-reliant, ladies and sufficient, sorry? What is to be self-sufficient and achieve financial stability? Are you able to pay your debts on time? Do you have some investment that are bringing in some income? Are you able to take care of your education even for your children? Those are some of the questions that should be in your mind as you talk about the self-sufficient. All right. So there are usually some steps that you need to know about financial literacy, and they are all there on your screen. The first step is learn how to budget. Do you budget your money as a school, as an individual? You understand your credit score. This one now, if you're in a school, the suppliers, how much do you owe them? How much is coming in? Then we are saying open a saving account. Understand the loans that you have and when you are supposed to be paying for the same loans. And then you also must be very careful when you take those loans. You don't want a situation where you're left with only 20 shillings. Because what we are usually doing, the banks are very bright these days. They know your employer will not allow you to have a payslip that has less than 30% of the income. Is that so? So what do? So we go back to our banks and you take now the personal loans where the employer will not be able to know. And that is why some of us are not performing, because we don't even have transport to take you to school, because you have completely done what? Engaged all your salary. Expect risk. That's what you are being told, that anything can happen anytime. COVID came and most of the insurances were not able to pay for the COVID. So what do? You go back to your pocket. Or an emergency comes and you are required to have some money. Secure your future. This is what I said from the beginning. So after now, 60 years, what next? Then reduce spending. So we are going to look at those steps one by one and see what we have in each one of them. So let us look at how the first step, learn how to budget. How do you do it? We are saying it is where you must make sure you're having a budget plan. So you spend the money according to what you have. Is that so? Please also know you need to save some extra in case of an emergency. That is why a certain billionaire said, if you're earning 10 shillings, make sure at least 1% goes to your savings. So 10 shillings, make sure you save a shilling. You save a shilling. So if you're earning 20,000, then what is 1% of the 20,000? Let it go towards your saving. It is saving is gradual. We don't expect you to have 100,000. If you're earning over maybe $1 million, you can have 100. It depends on what you are earning. And you're saying without a budget plan, you'll not be able to control your spending. Is that so? And that is why most of us have the impulse buying. You just go to, and especially ladies, you go to town and you find a nice dress and you are not even budgeted for it. You end up buying it. Or you feel your hair is not right, you are not budgeted for it, you get into a salon, you spend 3,000. And also the gentlemen, the same thing, you know what we do. So what we are saying is you must make sure you have a budget plan and you stick to it so that you'll be able to control the way you spend. Because what we are saying is, look at the amount of money that you are earning. If you are earning 20,000, how do I plan for it? It is when now you go back to your spending. How much do I need for my meals? How much do I need? Do I even need that house guy? So it's where you do a budgeting by prioritizing what comes first. Do I budget for my children's fees first? So that every time you don't receive an SMS that you owe the school this amount of money. So you must come up with a budget plan so that you can be able to prioritize the activities that you need. Budgeting starts with tracking how much money you receive every month. That's what I'm saying. Minus how much money you spend every month. So look at the amount of money you're earning. And remember, 1% must go towards your saving for the future. However, you can track your budget clearly by looking at the income, the expenses, and the savings. I know someone who started with a salary of 20,000 and today is a millionaire. What did he do? It's out of that 20,000, you make sure you put, even if it's 1,000, towards a certain account or a saving account. And you go, it is accumulative. So you go adding every month, but you must also have the discipline. Because this impulse buying, that money can go to your savings. You get into a shop, you buy a dress worth 8,000. Why don't you put that 8,000 towards your saving kitty? Must you go for a very expensive salon for your hair to be done, where maybe the same style in that expensive one goes for 8,000. Maybe in the Muta, it can go even for 500. 2, understand your credit score. A high score indicates someone who is allowed is financially and who repays their credit bills on time. Are you imagining that? Do you pay your bills on time? That when you get your salary now, I know most of us got our salaries early now, and people are saying they are all broke by now because they receive their salaries on 20. But the question is, even if you received your salary on 20, that is when you should have done your budgeting. So that by 15th January, you have money that you have put towards your saving account, you have money to take your children back to school, you have money to take you through the month, the transport and so on. So while a low score indicates someone who is at credit risk and who has likely not previously paid their credit bills on time. And that is why we started with, you have a budget, you know how much money you need or you must spend for your expenses. Maybe you have the electricity bills, maybe you have what? You have school fees, because now the kids are almost opening, or maybe you have water bills. And it also applies even in a school. How much money is getting in? What do you require? Because you also have cases, someone was telling us the other day where you decide now, this time the students must eat some meat. So I want to buy 2 bulls. But the question I ask myself is, are you able to sustain? Is your account able to sustain the 2 bulls? Or you decide because the performance is good, I can take all the teachers to Mombasa. Please make sure that you are planning or budgeting for what you want to use. If you know when you're doing the budget, the 2 bulls were not there, please don't go ahead and buy the 2 bulls. If you know the motivation of teachers taking them to Mombasa was not in your budget, please do not do it. So what we are saying is, can you make sure you do a budget before you spend? All right? Because we want you to get a high score, someone who is able to pay the bills on time. Or are you a low score person who is always not able either to pay the bills or you pay your bills late? Can you imagine you already have a salary, you've not been able to pay your bill, you spend it, all of it, and then you start going to the Fulizas to be able to pay the bill. So it is a debt over a debt. These days we've heard of cases where someone tells you, usiniwekea pesa kwa hii line, weka kwa hii ingine, hiyo iko na Fuliza. What does that one mean? That you're having so many, are they called lines? Safaricom lines, where now you keep on borrowing money, but you're not able to pay on time. And that is why you keep on having so many. So the question is, are you a high score? Is your credit score high? Are you able to pay your bills on time? Or is your credit score low, that you're not able to pay your bills on time? And we are saying for you to be able to be high, to have a high credit score, you must make sure that you're having a budget and you're able to pay your bills on time, and you spend based on what you have budgeted. Move on. It's important you open a saving account. That's what I've said, ladies and gentlemen. Even if you're earning 10,000, put 500 into that account and forget about it. Every month 500, every month 500, depending on what you're earning, and you completely forget about that, because you'll be preparing for a future or for anything that can happen, a crisis. You're in a crisis, you can still go back to that saving account and get some money. And there are so many incidences. You can get an accident, maybe the insurance is not able to cover the whole amount. So you are told, for this issue, can only cover 800,000, 200, it's upon you to look for it. So if you don't have some money somewhere, so what do? You start borrowing from people. So open a saving account, that's what you're saying, because it will be able to help you have some extra. By the way, it also keeps you on your toes. These impulse buying will all disappear. Because now you'll know, instead of now buying something that I don't need, why don't I put that money into the savings account? Understand loans, ladies and gentlemen. It's important to understand the importance of paying off your debts. Loans, please make sure that you are taking loans that you know it's kind of an investment, so that you'll be able to earn something. Because there are some of us who decide just to take loans for the sake of it. I want to buy a car. Is it a liability? Then you start paying for the same loan, and the car is just to move you from one place to another. Should I have bought a shamba? Maybe I plant some vegetables and sell. So it's important that as you sit down and decide on when you should take loans, what is it for? Is it something that it will also, is it an investment, or is it a liability where I'm paying for that car and my work is just, or its work is just to move me from one place to another? And remember, you have to fuel it at the same time. There's also some expenses for the repairs, for what? So it's important as you take loans, you ask yourself, what is this loan for? Is it something that is supposed to give me some income? Or is it a liability where now, ladies and gentlemen, it's like it will still now take me one step backwards? Expect risk, ladies and gentlemen. There are emergencies. We are in an unstable environment with a lot of issues, a lot of challenges. So it's important that you always have some money put aside, because anything can happen. There's an example given there for the COVID-19. Most insurances never paid for the COVID-19, and most of the victims went back to their pockets to pay for the hospital bills. So it's important that as you move on, you know, there are things that are likely to come your way, and they will require finances. And the only person who can be able to help you is yourself, by making sure that you're putting some money aside in case there are those kind of emergencies. All right? Secure your future, ladies and gentlemen. Hatutaki tukifika 60 years is when you're panicking that I have not prepared for the future. What will happen to my children who are in school? That is why we are being told that please make sure that you are not planning to have your retirement benefits to build your home. No. Someone was even telling us that from 50 years, you should not even be taking loans. They will not help you because you're in your final stages of your career. So it's important we start planning early enough, and you can also be able to tell your children the same thing, that by the age of 30, you should make sure you have a plan of your future, so that by the time you are 50 years, no more loans. It is when now you have investments that are bringing in income. But how many of us are able to do that? Even at 60 years, you still want to get some loans. At 58 years, you want to get more loans. And you're supposed to pay for those loans for 5 years. So even when you're in retirement, you're still paying for the loans. So that is why we are saying, can you start securing your future? So that when you are 50 years old, ladies and gentlemen, or Kisilu, when you are almost 55 like I am, my work is now to sit down and wait for the income to come to my account, not the other way around. And that is why it's important that you've been told, can you make an appropriate retirement plan? Kisilu. Nancy.
Yes, I
madam?
can hear you loud and clear, Madam Joyce.
Yeah, but about securing our future. That
We
by-
are actually following this conversation.
And this runs across the board. Wambie.
But when,
It's quite
at my 50, I should not be moving around with a loan form.
Don't go along the corridors looking for somebody to guarantee you for a loan.
Yeah, I should
This is
not
quite
be
interesting.
It is quite interesting, yeah.
Sure,
Yeah,
sure.
that is why by 60, but we've been told by the public service that civil servants don't want to go home.
They are looking for extension.
They are all over along the corridors looking for extensions.
Mhm.
Okay.
Because
They are
they
saying
have-
it's very informative on the chat.
they are saying,
It is very informative what you're telling them. They love
but
this
that's the
topic.
truth. You can imagine now, I'm now over 50 years, and what is happening? The bank is still deducting
Madam
money.
Joyce, I hope you do not have a loan right now.
Oi. And I'm exiting. That
And
is
you are
why.
exiting.
That is
Yeah,
why.
yeah.
But then, I'll still say something. There's someone who was telling us that when you are now 50 years is when it's not when you start thinking about building rentals using loans.
Mhm.
What does that mean? I'm now approaching 55. Is that so? I take a loan
Yes.
from the bank,
Mhm.
maybe let's say 10 million to buy a rental home. Is that so?
Mhm.
So I'm supposed to repay how within 5. I can only be given now 5 years, because that is the only
So
time I'll be
60 years. Yeah. Yes. It
6
means so.
years.
Mm.
So how will I be able to pay these 10 million within 5 years? Will I be left with anything in my account?
You see, Madam Joyce, if we could escalate this discussion to another level,
Exactly.
I think for the teachers who are actually getting employed, this should form part of their induction. That's my thinking, because it will really shape their work life. It's quite interesting, and this is quite informative. I don't know what would be if this discussion on financial literacy could get some place when teachers are getting employed, they get inducted. I think they would walk a journey worth their period of work, and actually make the very best out of their earnings. And this is quite informative. I am liking the discussion. And
Also,
even
I
from the
can't.
chat forum.
Madam Joyce,
Yes.
they are saying it is quite informative. You are hitting the nail on the head. It should have come the day one.
No, I'm trying to imagine I'm securing my future at 50. Seriously, is when I'm going to the bank to look for money to build rentals. Then you can imagine these rentals, you spend the 10 million. Is that so? When are you going likely to get the clients to start filling in those houses?
Unasema ukweli kabisa.
So ladies, you cannot start securing your future when you're in your 50s. It is already too late.
Sure.
In your 50s is not when you should start thinking about now, what I'm saying, building the rentals. Because definitely you start taking loans, isn't it? So these loans you are taking at your 50s, you'll be told you must pay within that period you'll be in the profession. That is 10 years.
Madam Joyce, from the chat forum, there is a gentleman who is saying that they are the least paid. But I don't think that actually when you are least paid, it means then you cannot actually manage your finances. Because like you are putting it across, it's not about the amount of money you are earning, isn't it?
How you manage it.
How you manage the 1 shilling that you have.
But then when you listen to the billionaires talk about it, they'll tell you the kind of things they did to get to where they are. I had a case. It's good to have this conversation. I remember I was going to CIA and I was in the easy coach with a lady who was a retired CSO and told me she's coming from Nairobi because the son had issues. And then we started the conversation and was telling me the son is an engineer with Total Kenya, earning a salary of 800,000. And by 15, he's broke and starts borrowing mother, who is a retired CSO, some money to pay rent. So it's not about the amount of money. We have people who are earning 40,000. They already have rentals in their 30s. As I said, how much have you saved? Out of the, yeah, it is true you're earning 40,000, but how much have you saved from the 40?
And how do you use it?
That is a question. And that is where number 7 comes in. Reduce spending. If you are eating spaghetti every day, then you reduce one time as you move up, because you want to save to secure your future. Sausages every day, reduce that and start eating the gouaches and the domas.
You plant.
So reduce spending. So ladies and gentlemen, what we are being told is that if you want to prepare or secure your future, you must reduce spending. You must feel the pain. All right? So I don't expect you to be living in the house worth 40,000 when you're approaching 40 and you don't own a home. You'll be in trouble. As we are told, by 50 is not when you start thinking about building rental houses. I'm trying to imagine you take a loan of 10 million. When will you finish paying it? And then you are projecting you'll have the clients or the customers immediately. And you find year one, and remember that money that the clients will be paying you will go towards your loan. Are you getting me? So it's like it's a cycle of poverty. Yes, you have the phone, you have the homes, you have built those homes, but the question is how much is getting into your pocket? Most of it is going back to the bank because you took loans. And then by 75, we are done, we are dead, we are buried. Our kids take over and they sell all that sweat. Anyway, that's a story for another day.
They are finding it very interesting.
But it's true. You do all these investments, we are buried, and what our kids are doing is now selling the same property, which you didn't enjoy because you are busy paying for the loans.
And some of the things will be out of fashion also.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go to activity 1. Nancy, read for us that activity 1.
Okay, activity 1. Emma is a high school teacher who tries to inform our students. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can.
About financial literacy through her curriculum. She educates them on the basics of a variety of financial topics such as personal budgeting, debt management, education and retirement saving, insurance, investing, and even tax paying planning. Emma reasons that although these subjects may not be especially relevant to our students during their high school years, they will nonetheless prove valuable throughout the rest of their lives. The question is, or what to discuss how the students will benefit through acquiring knowledge and skills on financial literacy. There you are.
There we are. And by the way, before you go on, someone has asked me, I'm in my 30s, my 20 shillings. Can you first take 1% or 10% and put it aside in your saving account? Then you start budgeting for the 18,000. The house you're living, you might still live in the house worth 10,000. It's where now you start now going backwards, ladies and gentlemen. Someone is already telling me I already have a headache. Okay, let's go to the chat and discuss how the students will benefit through acquiring knowledge and skills on financial literacy. Let's use the chat.
This is the real matter because it's an eye-opener to many of them, as they are saying. Yeah. So it's coming at the right time.
You are in your 30s, have a saving account. Kwanza toa girimbili, weka kando hiyo kwanza. Then start working on the 18. And then you must prioritize. That's what I said. Because there's no, you can tell me you're earning 30,000 or 20,000 and you're living in a house worth 15,000.
And they should be told it's never too late. Some are saying they are done or they will get heart attacks. It's never late. Yeah, it's never late. Yeah.
It's never late. You can start, but please don't go taking loans after 50 years to start constructing because you've been told they are rental homes. But you'll die when you're still paying for those loans. But then your kids or your great grandchildren are the ones who benefit from them. Start looking for investments that will bring money. not the other way around, taking loans. Nancy, I
Yeah.
hope you are alone and you are going home soon.
Telling
And
you.
go to the chat. Someone is telling me the circles are taking advantage. It is true. You know, your employer will go ahead and make sure you have the 30% in your account. But what do? You go to those circles and banks, and now you take those personal loans. I remember, I'm still in Mwalimu Sacco. We used to call it a tag. When your tag is out, we used to call it kereme. Kereme is tag. Now salary ikiingia kwa account, now mwalimu anachukua yake ile ulishukua ya kadi. Unakuta your account has only 3,000.
I'm telling you.
Ujakula. Can you start thinking about, there's a reason why your employer has said you must have 30% in that account. Can you start having some discipline in it? We take loans, and these loans we are taking, they become a liability. You buy a vehicle, it needs miguu, it needs what? It needs some service and so on. At the end of, and you're still servicing the same loan for 4 years, 5 years. Afadhali enda mguu.
Yeah. So on the chat, you have quite a number. Students will be able to manage their debt. The knowledge will enlighten learners in the future about planning. It will help them to start saving as early in high school through pocket money. It will guide the students on how to invest. It will effectively manage money and the debts at school level. They will know the best way to manage all the assets they have. It will help the students to reduce on borrowing and focus on saving. And also to acquire life skills in financial matters. And they'll be able to invest while they are young. The learners can also give the same knowledge, share the same with their parents. The students learn more. So there's a lot about loans. They'll be able to know how to budget. They'll be wise in using money. Proper early good preparation for future saving. Students will be able to reduce their spending. And also learn how to budget. It will also empower them to be self-employment, reduce reduce and anxiety, which is very important. They will be financial journey informed, and also reduce spending which is not necessary. They'll be good financial managers. There are quite a number.
Quite a number, and I think in the next slide we have already given the summary of what you have said, ability to make better financial decisions. You've said that you'll be able to effectively create a structured budget and you stick to it. And when you stick to it, you'll avoid all what you're referring to as the impulse buying and so on. It will be able to reduce the expenses through better regulation. So those are the points you've given, but this is just a summary, and you'll be able to see it in it. So now let's go to the school. Sorry, Nancy.
We've lost Martin Kisilo. I can't see him.
He'll come in.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, proceed.
All right, let's now go to the management of school finances. So what is expected of us? We are expected to utilize and account for institutional funds. Is that so? Effectively plan. And that is why we must make sure you have that budget, and the heads of institutions are aware of it, and you stick to it. Like I said, as schooler, you get excited because the results are out, and we all have the minis. We have over 400 students. We have over 30 students with a mini score of 400. Or we have over how many with the mini grade of C+ and above, and we decide today is the day we must buy a car. The question I'm asking is it in the budget? That is impulse buying. So you must make sure that whatever you are spending is already in the budget and you stick to it. You're saying in school management of finances in schools, it entails planning and utilizing funds efficiently and effectively. These are two terms that are usually put together. And I remember, Madam Nancy, when you were training the BOMs the other day, you were saying that as a school, you have financial, you have some finances, but are you utilizing them efficiently and effectively? By the way, I have no problem with effectively, because this is where the schools do all the activities as required. I usually have an issue with efficiently. Because efficiently is where we say you maximize your production with minimal cost, doing it right. So I'm trying to imagine it's a school and you have all the finances and you're telling me you have a budget, but I'm looking at the mini score, it's still at 150. So are you maximizing the production? You are not. So it is why we are saying your academic performance must go hand in hand with the utilization of your resources. So it's not just about management of the school finances. The question is, how best are you utilizing what you have? And they can only be able to look at the outcome. Which are the outcome? How is the performance of your school? So when you talk about utilization of funds, I have no problem with effectiveness, because I'll come to the school and find all the classrooms are in order. I find the environment is conducive for learning. There are lab apparatus, and the teachers are all there. They are following the timetables. But the question is, what is the end result? Where is your performance? Then that is where now I'll be able now to look at the efficiency. Maximize the production, in this case, the students' performance with minimal resources. And by that is what we are talking about, even efficient. Someone telling me that I'm earning a salary of 20. How do I plan for it? I have no problem effectively. You can be able to plan for it. I'll look at the efficient. What is the end product? You buy that vehicle, it's a liability because you have to spend more money. Is that being efficient? Anyway, teachers are required to plan and utilize the funds according to the provisions of Article 2(1) of the Constitution and other financial regulations and procedures. In other words, as you plan, as you utilize the funds, there are laws that must be followed. And I think the next session, I'll be able to look at the legal framework on the management of finances in the schools. Why do you think you should possess financial skill as a teacher? One is because we want you to identify the various sources of funds for both the finances, for academics and co-curricular activities. Because, ladies and gentlemen, that is why in your schools you're told, can you come up with a budget of your department, of your activity that you want to undertake? We also want you to manage the financial resources effectively. And but by then, not just effectively, can you also add efficiently? Because we expect you also to utilize those resources as required for education delivery. But what are we saying? What are the effects when you don't have the financial literacy? Definitely you'll not be able to prepare the financial statements, failure to determine the cost variability and the relevant cost. Let me tell you something. When you're going to a supermarket and you want to buy, just a minute, I put this in silent mode. When you want to do your monthly shopping for your house, do you look at it in terms of this product is cheaper in this supermarket in Naivas? It's more expensive in Carrefour. It's more expensive in ingine inaitwa nini? I'm forgetting the name.
Ipi?
The latest supermarket, the one that is doing very well.
Quickmart.
Quickmart, exactly. Do you look at it in terms of the cost? Because people in the first world, that is what they do. That when you go to a supermarket and you find maybe mafuta ya kupika in Quickmart, the 3 liters is going for $7.50. You might realize maybe in Quickmart it's going for $600. Must you buy all of them? Because this is a supermarket that where I do my shopping, and you stick to it. Ama you look at it in terms of the products. Which supermarket is cheaper? This is a school of thought. That when you do your shopping for anything, do you make sure that you're doing some survey to know where things are cheaper? The same product, you get it somewhere at a It's the same as the salons, like I've said. There are some salons, we call them the high end. The same plating of your hair, although I don't have hair. You spend 10,000. The same style. In now Kijiji, it goes for 1,000. Are those some of the things that we look at as we want to manage our resources? Or you feel like I'm a high-end person, so I must go and buy everything that is high-end? You might go to someone's house, you find a seat, it's like, it's the same one in my house. Mine I bought at 200, and then someone else is studying here, I bought the same seat at 50,000. So it's important, even as we talk about financial literacy, you also do some marketing survey to find out how the cost of products in various areas. So there are some effects of lack of financial literacy, because there is inadequate preparation of financial statement. Now, this is the one I was saying, the second one, failure to determine the cost variability. Because now what I'm saying is, one place, the same item goes for 50,000, the same item in another place goes for 100,000. Ladies and gentlemen, financial shortages, like we are saying, you find you only have 2,000 in your payslip. Insufficient education institution facilities, because if you're not able to manage your finances well, ladies and gentlemen, definitely you won't be able to provide resources in your schools. There'll be low staff morale. They want this and you're claiming you can't get it. There's nothing in the school to goje wanafunzi walipe pesa. Serikali nisaidie kila wakati. Below average education institution supervision, because there's no money in the school. There'll be poor academic performance, because resources go hand in hand with performance. But the question I want to say, or I want to put across, is how well do you manage the resources you have? You find an institution that has 200 students, 200, and you can imagine, I'm trying to imagine a 200 institution, as a student, an institution with 200 students, the caliber or its nature. There are those now local schools, and you find they run their school well, because the principal or the head teacher is able to manage the resources, the small resources that he acquires prudently by making sure you are prioritizing. So if you cannot be able to afford meat every day, can I be able to improvise maybe with some other proteins like beans that are cheaper, or dengus? That's what you're saying. Poor service delivery, it's true. Because when you don't manage your finances, that is why you find when the term is almost ending, things just change. Because you don't have any food in the store, it's all gone. And you want to close the school earlier or quickly because there's no money. So you must make sure you stick to your budget and make sure that if you realize you don't have enough money, you can still revisit your budget. So if the learners were eating meat twice a day, then you can change to one, and then you make sure you give them something else for the protein. There will be poor school community relations, and especially with the suppliers, you keep on dodging them because you cannot be able to pay them. And then it may lead to misappropriation of funds if you don't have financial literacy. Madam Nancy, tusome hiyo.
Activity 2. Okay, Mr. Kisaka has been appointed as a head of Bandera Secondary School. As head of the institution, Mr. Kisaka is responsible for the resources of the school. This implies that the school resources under his stewardship are used effectively, efficiently, and effectively. Therefore, it needs enhanced understanding of financial management responsibilities and accountability to various stakeholders like parents, government, sponsors, and donors. That is, okay, the question is discuss why Mr. Kisaka needs knowledge and skills on financial literacy. That
So
is being.
Okay, we're done. Eh?
Yeah,
what does he need? Financial literacy skills and knowledge to be able to manage the resources in his school efficiently and effectively.
I can see someone is writing for debt management on the chat.
Good.
Yeah. Good planning.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is the chief accounting officer for planning also to be trusted to avoid unnecessary spending, which is true, for accountability and transparency, to manage the school resources, to be able to budget well, for proper utilization of resources, how to spend what is available, to be able to manage the school resources well, and for better budgeting. Yeah, it's running, and also to identify priority, which is very important key, to plan and utilize resources well, to avoid impulsiveness purchase, for accountability, to prioritize better management, to reduce unnecessary spending and avoid misappropriation of funds. Sure, to budget precisely and sticking to the school budget and identify priorities to enhance efficiency for good management without debts. There are many, Joyce. Yeah. To use finances prudently.
Thank you. Last one.
Okay. To utilize finance as required and also for trust.
And I think from these responses, they're understanding something, yeah?
Yeah, sure, they are.
Getting some headache. So those are some of the responses that you've given. I don't need to get back to it. Ability to make better financial decisions so that you'll be able to manage the finances in your school. When you look at all that, reduction of expenses through better regulation. So you avoid what we are referring to as the impulse buying. And remember what we have said, it's important you also look at the cost variability. If you want to buy an item, can you go doing the marketing survey so that you'll be able to know the one that will give you a better price? Even when you are buying it online, there are so many platforms. We have the Jumia, we have the Gigi's, we have the Sokos and so on. So when you want to buy a fridge, even those supermarkets, they also have these days they're having some platforms where they are marketing their products. So if I want to buy a fridge, then I'll be able to go to the website, Naivas. I'll be able to know this is the fridge I want and the requirements are this, how much is it costing? Then I go to QuickMart, I find out the same fridge, how much is it costing? Carrefour, the same. Even when I'm doing my shopping for the end of the month, the oil, I go to those platforms and I find out the one who is selling with least is where I'll go to. The same product from naitwa nini ya kutengeneza mafuta. What is the name of that company? The one that we know.
Yeah, Kappa Oil Refineries.
Kappa, or these are the one that is in Roido now or Thika. So it is the same product, but different supermarkets will give it a different price. It's also, you look at the ones that have the coupons of what? They are called coupons of what?
The cartons?
No, coupons where now they have it at reduced prices. Those ones were in business.
Or the discounts.
The discounts, thanks. Coupons of discounts. Thank you, Nancy, for that. It's coupons of discounts. So I'll be able to know this product in this supermarket has been reduced by this percent. I'll go for it. And part of that savings, I'll take it to my savings account. That's what we are saying. So can you make sure that you are working with this? So ladies and gentlemen, also why Kisaka needs it, because he needs to create a structured budget. And a budget, you can still revisit it. If you feel maybe I budgeted it 2 million, these learners have only been able to give me 1 million. So I have a deficit of 1 million. So instead of giving them a raw deal, just now start going back and know how you'll be able to budget for that 1 million. Hi. Now there I am, someone asked about the legal and policy framework. So we are saying that management of finances is also streamlined by legal and policy framework, that it's regulated by a certain legal and policy framework. You don't just do things for the sake of it. There is law that governs it. And we are going to look at these laws. One is the Constitution of Kenya, that Article 10 that talks of national values and principles of good governance. What is it saying? That we must be people who are accountable, good governance, people of integrity, whichever positions we are holding, people who are transparent, and so on and so forth in managing the public funds. And that is why if you mismanage funds and you're taken to court, the lawyers will quote the Constitution of Kenya, Article 10. All right, we go to another one called the Basic Education Act of 2013. Section 90 provides the establishment of a mechanism for education institution-based auditing. That is why we've been told that we must make sure that we are maintaining a proper books of accounts, income, expenditure, and assets of the institution. This one now you can see it's a BOM, and we have the BOM secretary who is the principal, or the head of, heads of institutions are in the BOM. So they must ensure that there's proper management of books of accounts and how the income that is coming in, the expenditure, and the assets of the institution. There was an issue before now the Ministry of Education came in where we were all busy buying the buses and putting all those labels. Mawembili Secondary School. And then I'm looking at the parking of this school and I get worried. Imewekwa nje ya mabati. The learners even don't have enough classes. Hamuna hata vitabu, but we have bought buses. Priorities are upside down. And that is why now the Ministry of Education has now put a clause that you cannot go to a bank to take a loan without the authority of the CAs. You can't even go to GM to take an Isuzu bus without the authority of the CAs. The reason behind it is because some of us, the priorities are all wrong. And then I'm also looking at the performance of that school where you have put Mawembili, and it's just down there because the other resources, other facilities are not in the school, but you have bought the buses. And someone was even telling us it's because the students are the ones who insist you must have buses. But you need to tell them at the end of the day, it's not the bus that you want to look at. It is the performance of the school. So with that, and you know they cost a lot of millions. Why don't you buy now the resources that are required to make sure these students are performing? A story for another day. Another law is the Public Finance Management Act of 2012 and also has the regulations of 2015 that provides the effective and prudent management of assets by public institutions. I don't want to get into details about these laws. All what I'm trying to tell you is there is a law that governs the management of resources in our institutions, all the way from the Constitution of Kenya. We also have now the laws that govern the education sector, like what I've just said, the Basic Act of 2013. We have this Public Finance Act. And then we move on, we have Procurement Act, Public Audit Act. All these, you'll be able to see that they regulate on how finances should be utilized in a school. Public Officers Ethics Act that talks about being honest. You also have the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes 2003. You'll be investigated and punished for the corruption-related issues in our schools. So there is law there that govern that. And that is a reputation. Am I right? You're a reputation. I should remove one. Sorry. So we also have, no, sorry, it's the same but different years. Because this one should be 2013. We should change that. This is the first one is 2013. Then the second one, we have the 203. Because this one is a revised one. The 2013 is a revised one. Then we have the Economic Crimes Act of 2019. It also talks about the concern of the management of the public property. Are we getting me? That one includes even the projects that we have in our schools. You also have another law, Leadership and Integrity Act. When you are taken to court because of financial mismanagement in your institution, they will read for you all these acts, all these laws that show you that you are supposed to do as expected if you are a public officer who is in charge of taking care of the resources given to a public institution. Please note, for the implementation of the above policies, the Ministry of Education times will send you circulars and directives of what is expected. For example, now we know all the bursars in our schools have been told they must go through the new reporting tool, the new financial reporting tool called IPSAS. That is a directive from the Ministry of Education. So that is what is expected. You also have circulars, maybe, for example, the free day secondary education. Guidelines are given, how much the government gives and how much maybe the parents are supposed to chip in. On in law, look at the last bullet. We are saying, understanding what school financial management entails and compliance with the legal requirements when making financial decisions are vital requirements for any school to achieve effective financial management. What we are trying to say is, if the schools follow the law, which I have just mentioned, then you never go wrong with how you manage your finances. Clear? Nancy, hii tutapeleka kwa hatujatumia rooms. Hii tuwapeleke kwa rooms. So Nancy, please take screenshot of the same. How many groups? How many? We are 301. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, we are 301.
So how many groups should we have? This one should be less. Kisilu, in group 1, we had over what? 400.
In group, yes.
And we used to have, we were having 10 rooms, yeah?
Yes. I think what we can do, so that we avoid the rooms, we avoid too many participants who are not maybe participating, we can still go for 10 rooms. Then since the activities are 2, we have group 1 up to 5 discussing the first one, then group 6 up to 10 the second, then we can, as the facilitator, you can sample the responses
Thank
from
you, sir.
A and group B. That would
Sir.
be my suggestion.
So group 1, if you find yourself in room 1 to 5, you do A.
Yes.
If you find yourself from group 6 to
6
10,
to 10, yes.
you do B. Is that okay?
Yes. Yeah, then you can sample the responses for us.
Please. Yes, Nancy.
Is it possible we read for them what they are required and then now they go with the...
And before you read, Mr. Kisilu, you know the kind of issues we had with the county 1 to 23, and I hope we are not going to experience this again.
Yeah, we need to give them some etiquette basic requirements.
We've gone to the rooms, some of you, and you know that is all you have been given, all that you need to unmute yourselves. Wengine wako kwa matatu, others are with their children. Others are cooking, wanaitisha wafanyikazi avocados and getheri's. So please, if you know you not participate in the discussion, mute and don't talk. Because we want you to have some class, we call it class control. Ulikuwa tunaingia kwa rooms zingine, you can't even communicate. People are busy speaking in their own mother tongue, all over. So if you know you not participate in that group discussion, just stay muted. Let's just have serious people who want to engage in learning. Asanteni. Kisilu, Nancy, you want to add something on the same?
Yeah, okay, I think once they are in their rooms, they can quickly get a chairperson and a secretary who will, the chair will actually chair the session, then the secretary will actually give the responses in the plenary. Then I would also suggest that those using the phones can also have a snapshot of this so that they can make reference to since it's something they need to read.
Nancy, kazi kwako wasomea.
Yeah, because some will say hawajaiona, so we can read and then they note down for the groups. So this is the activity participants. Activity 3. Financial literacy is geared towards prudent planning and efficiency in the utilization of education institution funds in a manner that does not contravene set regulations and procedures. Effective use of funds entails compliance with all financial regulations and procedures, ensuring accuracy in the recording of financial transactions, effecting controls to regulate expenditure within acceptable limits, only incurring the authorized expenditures, full stop. Prudent use of funds in education institutions is a key responsibility of teachers and entails teachers carrying out the following. 1, allocating finances to various voteds as per the budget. Next, authorization for the disbursement of education institution finances, and also coming up with an education institution budget while involving other stakeholders, facilitating procurement of goods and services, and also stores management, and finally ensuring education institution funds are put to diligent use. So the first group, Joyce, they know the first group, which will discuss various legal and policy frameworks that underlies the financial management in public learning institutions. Wanajijua? Okay, the next one.
Although like that one, we have already done it because I've given them that.
So we go to
myself, do they need to repeat it again? Because we've just given them.
Yeah, by the way, that's what you've just covered.
Can let them all do B.
B.
I think what I was thinking, let them just mention all of them because this is what you've just done. So it will be a raw deal to, to
Yes,
6
yes.
to 10.
Yeah,
Let them mention them, all of them, and then do B.
Sure.
So they mention all of them.
Yeah, the ones I've just given, and then the most important, or they just do B. Is that okay?
They just do B, then you can just sample the responses, one or two groups. Yeah.
So do you use the chat or you go to the group was for this one?
Yeah, for me, I felt this one, they use the chat.
Yeah, in the interest of time.
What are the implications? Yeah.
I can already see they are talking of chat. Some group.
Yeah. Let them go to the chat and do B. Okay. We have already done A. So can they give us the implications when they don't now follow the procedures given by those laws?
It's okay.
Thank you. Nancy, kazi kwako.
On the chat or breakout rooms?
No, it's this one is, let's do it for chat.
Let's use the chat forum. Huh?
They are talking of chats also. Oh, they are saying they'll be sacked. You can.
They'll be
sacked.
Sacked
That
by
is
who?
The implications of not following the rules.
Yeah, definitely. Let them go on.
And then they'll also face disciplinary measures will be taken upon them. And they'll be sued in a court of law, which is true. They can be jailed. Yes. This can lead to demotion or poor performance.
Poor performance.
It also leads to imprisonment. The individuals can be sued. And then also high debts. They can be arrested.
So they keep on dodging the suppliers.
Yeah. And then loss of job, jailed, poor management of resources, misuse of resources. They can be taken to court. So the embarrassments can be there because of misappropriation of funds, interdictions and cases in courts, better used resources, misappropriation of funds can lead to them facing the court of law. They can be prosecuted, demoted, loss of jobs, embarrassed, prosecuted, it's coming, leads to misappropriation of funds. That is, if they don't understand they don't follow the regulations, and then the institution will fail. Yeah, the interdictions will be there for the heads. Embezzlements of funds, they will lose their retirement benefits. Yeah, no. They will lead, it will lead to high debts, face discipline measure, they can be charged in a court of law. So it's more or less the same. And also running down the schools, which is true. Yes. And then disciplinary action, inability to run this institution. It might end up paying more for goods and services, can lead to corruption in the schools if you don't follow the procurement rules. And then stress, it can lead also to loss of work. You get?
Yes, so thank you.
And loss of self-esteem. Iko sawa?
So those are the legal frameworks we just mentioned. Please note G should be 2013. This one is an older one, 2013. I'll change that. Okay. So what are the implications? They are all there. I don't need to repeat that because it's what you've given. Chaos in schools, low staff morale, because you want these. I want the laboratory apparatus, they are not available. I want some revision materials, they are not available. Definitely it will go hand in hand with the poor academic performance, poor service delivery, misappropriation of funds. I don't need, I think, to go through this because it's what you've given. Lack of a structured budget, because you not be able to have a budget. Or what you do is have some impasse directives. Kule buzi leo. We take teachers to Mombasa and so on. So stick to the budget, make it and let it work. And then lack of decision making when managing the finances. And so I think you've given all these points. It's just highlighting what you've just given. And I think I'm done. Mr. Kisilu, memaliza kazi.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Yeah.
Quite engaging. I think today we've really kept time, unlike our last session. Yes, so thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Joyce, for actually that insightful discussion. And from the responses that we are getting from our participants in the chat forum, it seems that this was quite interesting discussion. And even to us, Madam Nancy and myself. Yeah, we should come tomorrow again for
Mr.
such a
Kisilu,
session.
there's a hand raised up there by somebody. Irene Monday. I don't know whether she wants to applaud you or what. There's a hand raised.
Yeah, we can give them the opportunity. Maybe they have issues they want to.
Someone near beer, I'm too hot. Now what is that?
You're too hot.
Okay, then you are. We can accept that.
Can we allow them to talk? The ones who have the hand.
Please do.
Yes, please do. Even 6 of them, we can give them the opportunity. We can give them the opportunity. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you, Madam. This is wonderful. Now,
someone wants to see my face.
Mr. Madam and Mr. Chisilu.
Yes. It's always my co-partner.
Yes. I'm very happy for this topic, but I want to raise some few things because for me, maybe the chat is not maybe appropriate for me, but when I verbally it comes out now. I'm just wondering with this wealth of knowledge we are getting, could maybe in future, just for future planning, that this topic can be inclusive in a level of education.
Thank you.
Yeah, that could be very important. And then I would like to...
Well, let me ask you, have you joined our diploma? Because that is where we really talk about financial management. Have you joined?
All day.
I know that one, but that needs. I'm talking of the level of education in different, like in primary, like that first case activity you gave us.
Okay.
So that we can help our society as early as possible, as in a primary level. You people, you are on top there, and God has given us you people to help us pave our society. That is my one suggestion. Another suggestion, as we interact today, I'm thinking now maybe we can balance both chat, group work, and hard, because we have different, diverse and different personality and how we express ourselves. If you can have both, yes, both chat and also some talking, and also maybe breakout room for a short time, just balance.
But you have realized most of the questions were just maybe 5 minutes. That is where we realize if you take you to the...
Okay, madam. Otherwise, thank you very much. God bless you as we continue. Yeah.
Asante sana.
Can I unmute one more?
Yeah, it's okay.
I have
Makabala. Yes, madam. Someone is saying today's is the best combination. So bravo.
All right, thank you very much.
Makabala, you can talk.
Yes, I'm grateful, Madam Joyce, Mr. Kisilu, and Madam Nancy. Today's lesson has been very beneficial now that I'm just 2 years old in the profession. I think it's best for me. It's just the best. Last year, I think I attended the induction, the TSC induction for new teachers. I think this one should be the first thing they should be teaching us. Because actually stories of finances, managing finances, in fact, the individual finances, now leave alone the school finances, it's very important and very beneficial to our lives. And then Mr. Kisilo, Madam Joyce, I think you have asked about your diploma, and I am also thinking of doing the same. Maybe
Please do. By then, the first class is on 12th.
Maybe you could give us the know-how later on how we can enroll ourselves for the diploma in education leadership.
We'll give you our contacts after this.
Thank you.
Get in touch with us. Even you
Thank
see
you.
our faces after we are done with it. Some of us have known. Let me not
Thank
talk.
you.
You will
Thank
see our
you.
faces.
Thank you, or else somebody has said you are hot. Hot in this case was just an appreciative language.
I know.
We are grateful for your time for us. Thank you.
Thank you. So, team, we need to go for tea.
Jen, we hear from Jen before we go. Jen Shamwanta. Jen, you can unmute. Yeah.
Okay, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Yes,
Hello.
Good morning. Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Jen.
Yeah, I must say the session has been lively, and I'm glad because I just finished the diploma in management. I did the exam in July, and this topic was also touched. And just as the Bible says that people perish for lack of knowledge, knowledge is important. Therefore, just like my colleagues have said, I would suggest that it be a topic that is tackled during the induction of new teachers.
Okay.
So that we can be able to plan well.
All right.
Because once you get that knowledge well up in advance, it is important. That is my suggestion. I think maybe we should devise the Teacher Service Commission so that when people are newly employed, they can take that one to be one of the topics on induction, because they normally base on discipline, the consequences of not doing this and that, which is also important. But I think this one is of very, very important to us as teachers. Thank you.
All right. Dorina is telling us has done the diploma with us and you can't neglect it. So join us. Hey, Joroge ananiambia mpaka bibi yake amekuwa kwa hiyo class na si mwalimu. Thank you. Be blessed. Thank you very much. Wanatuambia kesho tuwe na nyinyi. Oh dear. Kisilu.
Sasa unajua we are nomadic. We normally move. We are moving from court 1, 2, and 3. But
moving,
we will share our numbers for further engagement.
Fortunately, yes. I have my Nakuru, I have my Yandaro and Baringo in class. So
and I am missing my Masabit, Isiolo, and Meru. Isiolo, Masabit, and Isiolo, Masabit, and Meru.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, team. So we break for tea. Let's see how many minutes.
Yeah, we can break for tea.
15 minutes. They normally talk on it.
We can come back at 10:30.
10:30.
That is 20. No, let's give them 30 minutes. It's okay.
30 minutes.
I think we're on time. Yeah.
Okay.
So 10:45 will be okay.
Yeah, 10. Yes, 10:45. Yeah.
Quarter to 11.
That's okay.
So participants, you come back, you'll see the face of Madam Joyce and Mr. Kisilu. So once you go Kienda, and that's when we'll also have the registration posted. Karibuni and enjoy your
time. Thank you, team. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. So thank you very much, participants. I hope you've taken your tea. And now it's time we get back to class for the second last session of our presentation today. So we will be engaging on budgeting amongst other areas like procurement, stores management, the inventory, and all that. So as we wait for our other participants to be on board, allow me to share my screen. Allow me to share my screen. So that is actually where we are starting. So Madam Nancy, on the other side, if you can see my screen, you can also confirm to me.
Yeah, I can see only Zoom or put it on slide. Yeah.
I've shared my screen.
You can slide show it, Mr. Kisilu. For a bigger or wider space, they cannot see for some.
Oh yes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Is that
visible.
okay?
Yeah,
it's not
quite okay.
visible. All
Sure.
right. Oh, thank you. So during this session, we are going to be looking at budgeting, procurement, management of stores, and inventory. And therefore, we are now 213. How many are we in the first session, Madam Nancy?
We are close to 300.
Close to 300?
Yeah.
But with 212 on board, in the interest of time, we can still start.
We can start. Yeah.
Yes. I think we will start with our first activity, which is always the KWL, about what we know on financial literacy, budgeting, procurement, management of stores and inventory, and what we want to learn about still budgeting, procurement, management of stores and inventory. In this one, I would suggest, since we did not use the breakout rooms, in the first session, we can start this activity possibly with the breakout rooms. What is the opinion of the members?
Yeah, Kosawa.
Kosawa. Okay, then Nancy, being 224 participants on board, then you can put actually the members in some 10 groups. We shall sample the responses. And in this one, I think all the groups can look at part A and part B, then we can sample the responses. So that, of course, each group can also discuss what they know and what they would like to learn about financial, about budgeting, procurement, management of stores and inventory.
Okay.
Yes.
That's in order.
So 10 minutes.
That you can create 10 groups.
Okay, fine.
All groups will be looking at part A and part B. Then I can sample the responses from some few groups.
Okay, I'm doing that, Mr. Kisilu.
Okay. And just like we mentioned earlier, please, once we are in our groups, let's maintain some etiquette. We avoid too much noise or doing things that are not part of this discussion. Let us be orderly. Let's have some class that is controllable.
Okay. When I'm opening the rooms. Okay.
And you are join.
Yeah, they can join. Latecomers will be ushered or swapped into the other groups as they come.
So we are back to the main session. Karibuni sana, back to the main session. And we were actually looking at what we know and what we'd like to know about budgeting, procurement, management of stores, and the inventory. So I trust that in our groups, in our 10 groups, we were able to look at what we know about those items and what we want to learn. I am going to sample our responses, and I would wish to get responses of group 10. Group 10 secretary, kindly share with us.
Okay, I can see the hands are raised up, Mr. Kisilo. For Eric Coril, I don't know which group it belongs to. So I believe these are the who
I
are
want
raised.
group 10, the secretary group 10, Nancy.
Okay, let me unmute. I don't know whether Eric Coril. Eric Coril.
I'm in group 10.
Okay,
Oh,
fine.
good.
No, sorry, I'm in group 2. Group 2. Sorry.
Proceed.
Okay, what we want to know, the members wanted.
Let's start with what you know. Let's start with what you know. Yes.
Yeah, that is what they know is that budgeting helps in the management of resources. And what they also know is that budgeting is a rough estimates and allocation of finances. They also know that when it comes to budgeting, there should be priority. The procurement of maybe goods and services. And when it came to procurement, procurement, they know it is the process of obtaining goods and services. And for procurement to be done, that maybe market survey is supposed to be done. And when it comes to procurement also, it should be within the legal framework. When it came to management of stores, what they know is on the inventory of properties, the school property. And also it involves the monitoring and evaluation of stores or the supplies in the school. So what they want to know, though we were almost caught up with time, is to how to manage stores. That they also wanted to know the budgeting, procurement, and stores procedures. And also they wanted to know maybe the formation of tendering committees. I think that's all we gathered. Thank you.
Thank you very much, group 2. Let's speak on group 1.
There is Makabala, group 1. Makabala, you can unmute. Makabala, you can unmute.
I'm the secretary for group 10, Makambala. Maybe you give me a chance to proceed.
Yes, please proceed.
Yes, we have talked about budgeting, what we would like, what we know. Sister Catherine said it's a rough estimate of the income, savings, and expenditures as you purport to use, especially when it
Mr. Makabala is gone, seems to be off. Mr. Kisilu. Mr. Kisilu. Okay, we can, Jamal, you can proceed. You can have your hand, you can unmute and proceed.
That is group what, Nancy?
Hello.
That was group 1.
Group?
Hello.
Yeah.
I would like to apologize.
Now, what we need to do for us to have some order, can we first put your hands down? All of us, please. Just
actually, you have so many hands up.
because we are now getting confused. Just put your hands down. Thank you. Plus, Placidis. Please put your hands down. Tasmin. Is one more? Good, thank you. Now from there, Mr. Kisilu.
Tasmin, Praxidis, please, your hands down. Selvin.
Yeah, they have
Yes,
done
please.
it.
Yes.
So now we go to group. That was group what, Nancy?
That was group 10.
Makbala was for group 1 as from the chat, but he did not manage to make it due to net challenge.
Amerudi.
And now Amerudi. I can ask
Can we give her a chance? Please. That is who?
Thank you, Makambala.
Okay, good. Continue.
Please, Makambala is the secretary for group 10, please.
All
Yeah,
right,
not
go
one.
ahead.
Yes.
Group 10. I'm talking about budgeting. Somebody else had said is the rough estimate of the revenue and expenditures. Procurement, we had one of the group members saying that it's the process of acquiring assets, services, and liabilities for an institution. So once you acquire it, maybe by buying or tendering processes, then that one is the procurement part of the institution. And then we talked about the management of stores is the taking charge of the assets in hands of the institutions. When you take charge of the assets, or rather the liabilities, or rather the properties of an institution, then we talk about the management of the stores. And then the inventory, Anne said, is a record of ordering and the storing of goods and keeping records. Simply recording of what an institution has acquired, and also recording in terms of releasing to be used, so that you can be able now to take to be in charge of the equipments used and the equipments that you need to acquire, maybe in the tendering or buying. And then from there now, Praxidis is eager to know what is this procurement and management of stores, and what are the processes of procuring something, especially in a learning institution, and who are responsible for procuring some properties or assets in a learning institution, that is in a learning institution, of course. And then he is also eager to know what is the role of a teacher in budgeting and procuring of learning institution properties. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Maybe Madam Nancy, you can sample one more group, and thank you for that feedback from group 10, Makambala. That was good.
I don't know whether the hands for Sela and Evelyn are for the same group or they have queries, so I just ask either. Okay, we have Evelyn Kaenda.
Thank you, Madam. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You can proceed, please.
I was secretary of group 5. And what we discussed is not very different from the other presenter, but I would just add in brief that budgeting, income, and in that the two should balance. You should not budget for more than the income that you have. Then we also noted that procurement is the process of procuring or acquiring goods and services in a school, and it should be within the budget. Then on management of stores, we noted that this is actually the process of dealing or controlling goods in the store. That means what comes in and what goes out. Or stores generally refers to the goods in the store. And inventory, a condition number, and in and what goes out from the school or from the stores. Thank you. We were in.
Hello.
Time did not allow us to look at what we need to know, the best practices in procurement, how to avoid falling into debt, and in case you fall into debt, how do you deal with debtors so that you avoid court cases? Thank you, Madam. That is for group 5.
Oh, great. I think in the interest of time, there are so many hands that are up.
You can
And,
allow Jamal,
from-
Mr. Kisilu.
Yes,
You can allow Jamal.
Tasmin Jamal
Yeah.
group,
Yeah.
kindly unmute. Yes, it's okay.
I've done that.
Hello. I
Hello.
wanted to apologize to my group because as I was writing notes for them, I got disconnected. And I was taken back to the plenary room. So I'm sorry, and I hope somebody else took over.
Okay, that's noted. Maybe you can give Sela.
English.
Hello. I was the secretary for group 1. And in group 1, members spoke about procurement. They said it's the surface planning process. They also talked about sourcing, negotiations, record keeping and purchase in terms under procurement. They also described it as a process of obtaining goods and services for an institution. Under budgeting, we said it's having a plan on how to spend finances. And at this point, we talked about the expenditure versus the income available for an institution, an inventory. And under these, we manage what is there and what is required, looking and taking account of the quality and quantity. Then we had the inventory. On the inventory, we said it's a list of items that is in the store, the quantity and descriptions, probably the quality and the descriptions all taken care of. Then the members wanted to know, when we talk about budgeting, what is it? What are the laws under budgeting and tendering? They also wanted to be guided on the features of stores, particularly the chain stores. Then they also wanted to know the procedure for keeping a proper inventory in both small and big schools. And then we also have records required in store management. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sela.
Yes, group
Okay.
1, that was.
Thank you, Madam Sela, and thank you, Madam Nancy, for actually steering us through the breakout rooms for this. And I think from the sampled responses, there is a lot that you know about budgeting, procurement, management of the stores and inventory. And at the same time, there is a lot that you also wish to know about the same. I would say that Madam Joyce actually took us through a session on why we need to be financially literate. And I think we agree to the fact that it was a good session. And during this particular session, we want specifically to look at how to be financially literate. And how can we actually, what are some of the aspects that we need to put in place? What are some of the things that we need to put in place so that actually we can be financially literate and be in a position to actually manage our finances prudently. This can only be achieved when we look at what we have just highlighted, has processes like budgeting, processes like procurement, processes like how we manage the stores, and even some of the necessary documents in stores management like the inventory. And therefore, during this particular session, we shall actually make an exploration of those processes and see actually what is required of us as financial managers in our education institutions so that we can come out and say our institutions are well managed financially. Like Madam Joyce actually indicated in our previous discussion, she told us that it is not about the amount of money that we have. It's all about how best we can actually manage what we have. So I remember talking about the fact that those who have a lot of money may not actually be in a position to manage those financially well. And most of the times, they're the people we say are broke, yet they are getting a lot of money. There are those who spend the little that they have in the best way possible and then they get the best value for the little money that they have. So in this session, we are going to be looking at processes that will make you make the best value of the money that is at your disposal. Whatever amount of money at your disposal, it might be little amount of money. I remember seeing in the charts, some of us talking about teachers are the least paid. And the fact that they are the least paid doesn't mean that, of course, they cannot manage their resources well. So we want to say that we have agreed in our first session that the little that we have, we need to subject that to some processes that will, at the end of the day, ensure that we have value for the money that we have at our disposal. So allow me, I don't know whether you can see my screen on your end.
Yes, we can, Mr. Kisilu. You can proceed.
Yeah, so then allow me kindly to proceed with my discussion. And I just want to actually start my discussion by looking at budgeting as a process. And of course, when you talk about budgeting, we say it's a process of actually preparing an item that is known as, or a document that is known as a budget. And it is all about looking at the estimated income. And when we talk about estimated income, we are talking about the money that comes into our institutions and the expenditures. And expenditure is the money that goes out in paying, of course, bills, in paying in paying expenses over a specific period of time. So when you're talking about a budget, of course, a budget is a document that will be used to actually look at the income and the expenditure over a given period of time. In our schools, budgeting is a collective process. It is actually a process that cannot be undertaken by one person. It is a process that involves all the stakeholders within the school. And that is why, of course, we say we must have departmental estimates in the form of what they intend to actually spend over a period of time, so that we come up with actually a budget that does not omit some of the activities that are important in a school. So budgeting is actually a process of preparing the budget, and it is actually a process of looking at what income the institution will have and what is the estimated expenditure in the form of bills and expenses that are to be incurred within a specific financial year. So when we talk about a budget, of course, we say that we need some resources to carry out, of course, an education program, and we need revenue to cover actually the expected expenditure of a given period of time, which in financial planning, we say the period of a budget is actually the financial year. So the budget itself is a physical managerial document, plans for projection of expenditures and income during the financial year, and it should be used to support all the activities within the school. And therefore, in coming up with actually a budget of the institution, a budget of institution in actually looking at what we are going to be spending, then of course that expenditure should, at the end of the day, lead to quality learning experiences. And therefore, when we are planning for activities that are to be undertaken, bottom line, we also want to underscore the fact that in all the activities that we have to do from the departmental level all the way up to the approval of the budget are all geared to ensuring that we have put in place physical, human, financial resources that will be used prudently within the setup of the school, bottom line, to ensure there is quality learning and better learning outcomes that are to be achieved in the school. Now, when you talk about budgets, there are three types of budgets. And as you can see from my screen, we have what you call the surplus budget, you have the deficit budget, and you have the balanced budget. And in the surplus budget, we have in the surplus budget a scenario where the income is more than the projected expenditure, and therefore we have more money in the form of income than what we wish to spend within the financial year. We also have a deficit budget, and a deficit budget is whereby now the projected what we want to spend within the financial year is more than the projected income or the revenue that we expect to have in that financial year. We also have another budget, and this budget, of course, is the budget that we advocate in our institutions of learning, and this is a balanced budget whereby, of course, what we intend to get as revenue, what we project as our income, as our revenue, should actually be equal to the expenditure within that financial year. Now, we have talked about a surplus budget, a surplus and deficit budget. In the case of a deficit budget, then what can we do? What can we do to balance a deficit budget? And to balance a deficit budget is whereby now we want to look at how do we balance the income and the expenditure, because the expenditure is more than the income. So maybe we can get some responses on the chat forum. Madam Nancy, you can sample some of our responses from the chat forum on how we can actually balance a deficit budget as we move on with our discussion.
Okay, they are talking of reducing the expenditure, loans, borrowing by prioritizing, by balancing, reducing expenses, doing away with unnecessary expenditure, increase revenue, postpone some items, that is prioritizing, and go for borrowing, cutting on unnecessary budgets, and also income generating sources, having other income generating resources, sourcing for funds. You check on budgets, cutting down on expenses. Yeah, they're on that line.
Okay, that's very insightful. When you talk about looking at how you can come up with income generating activities to cater for the deficit, you also source for extra funding. Again, you also look at what might not be necessary in the budget. Of course, unnecessary budgeting items that are not very key. So those are very important. Of course, that's a very important line of discussion, and especially when it comes to the balancing of the deficit budget, because here we are looking for money to finance actually items in the budget that are important, but we do not have actually money to spend on them. And therefore, those are ways in which, of course, we can actually manage a deficit budget. Now, when we talk about a budget has two components. I've been talking about income and expenditure. So ideally, when we are talking about the components of a budget, we say that a budget should have, of course, expenditure. It should also have revenue. And of course, once you have those two components, when you are drawing the budget, then you allocate each of the items, of course, to vote aids. So the amount of money allocated to the items in the budget, of course, then that one we say we are trying to actually now share out the amount of money that, of course, we have in our budget, and the items that we share out to the money in the budget are known as vote aids. Of course, you know that in budgeting we have vote aids, and I want to get the examples of vote aids that we have in the case of our education institutions. So again, in our chat forum, can we get now examples of vote aids, so that, of course, we get to understand exactly when you talk about a vote aid as an area, of course, where funds are allocated. Are we really trying to understand what a budget is all about? So maybe Nancy, again, in our chat forum, we want to engage our participants to see whether they know, of course, examples of vote aids of course, in our budgeting process in our institutions.
Okay, they are talking of stationery, electricity, body.
Yes, and electricity goes with electricity, EWC, electricity, water, and what is it? I want to see it in full as it is, as voted in our school books of accounts.
We have administration, tuition.
Tuition.
Tuition, stationary infrastructure, stationary personal emolument, tuition,
yes.
also LTT. And
what is LTT? Maybe for some of us may not know what LTT is all about.
The local travel, transport. We also have maintenance and repair.
Yes.
Again, LTT is repeated. Repairs, tuition fee, stationery. Assessment. No, we have personal emolument.
Yes.
Operations, accounts, food. In our sports, in our lab equipment. Repairs, maintenance, electricity, PE. Utilities, water, local transport, electricity.
Very good. Those are examples of voted. And of course, once you issue a receipt, of course, you can see that in a receipt, of course, any fees that is paid, of course, there is allocation into whether that money went into boarding or tuition and all that. So I think our participants are still in the light of when we talk about allocation of funds into items in the budget known as vote heads. So exactly when we talk about vote heads, there are the specific areas where we allocate money for expenditure within a budget. And of course, when we talk about EWC, so electricity, water, and conservancy, local transport and travel, repair and maintenance, and all that. So we could move on with our discussion. So and look at specifically the budgeting process. When we are actually making the budget in our schools, we want to say that we draw our budget specifically in reference to the school's strategic plan, one, and the objectives, of course, of the school. So we need to actually look at the items in our strategic plan. What do we need to do within a particular given period of time? What we are calling in the budgeting process a financial year. So all the items in the school budget must be drawn from the strategic plan. So when you are coming up with a school budget and you do not have a strategic plan, then you are actually, in that case, we are actually saying that you are planning to fail in terms of financial management. All budgets emanate from the school strategic plan. And school strategic plan is a document that shows where the school needs to be within a given period of time. It can be 1 year, it can be 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, and all that. So you look at what are the activities that you want to carry out within that particular 1 year, then drawing from those, borrowing from the activities of the strategic plan, you make an extract of those activities, and then you actually plan for them. So we are saying that this is a process that involves the stakeholder within the school. And to be very precise, in the budgeting process, we actually talk about departmental planning, whereby, of course, each of the departments of the school, and remember, we are not talking about the academic departments only in a school. Remember, we have actually kitchen, the catering department, whereby, of course, they need to prepare for items like the amount of food that we shall need for the whole period of year. We have now the academic divisions, we have transport, we have all the divisions, all the departments within the school coming up with estimates. That is why we are saying that you cannot sit down as an head of the institution or even as a teacher, as a deputy, sit alone, come up with the school budget. It is not practically possible. So we are saying it is an inclusive exercise that actually requires the participation of various stakeholders. Because at the end of it all, remember, a school budget must also be approved. It must also be subjected to ratification. The parents need to be aware of what they will actually be paying in the form of fees, which is also part of the planning of the school budget. And therefore, the budgeting process includes those processes. We must prepare the budget. It must be approved, of course, by the school management. It must be implemented. Of course, we must report. And then, of course, we have budget reporting, we have budget monitoring and evaluation. So it actually involves those 5 processes. Now, there is much that we can discuss about the preparation of the budget. And of course, I have talked about the fact that when we are preparing the budget, it is a stakeholder kind of an activity. The management of the school, which is now the school board of management, of course, approve the budget. It is implemented by the chief executive officer, who is the head of the institution, or the principal or the head teacher of the school. Then, of course, we have to report, of course, of we have to report about the progress that we are making when we are actually implementing the budget. The budgeting processes must be monitored. It must be evaluated to see whether actually it met the expected budgeted objectives. So then we move to another area, and this is on procurement. And I want to give some insights on procurement just before we get into the subject matter, and talk about that all public entities must adhere to actually the public standards of accountability as set out in the law or the Constitution of Kenya. And therefore, we are saying that each particular education institution in Kenya spends its very own budget. And therefore, it is expected that they actually secure value for money as they spend. And therefore, remember, our schools are public institutions and they are subject to the procurement law, which is the Public Procurement Act of 2015. We must use the regulations actually that have been set to operationalize this law and spend as expected, as guided by the regulations that operationalize the Public Procurement and Oversight and the Public Procurement and Disposal Act of 2015. All this is to ensure that when we are actually procuring, of course, we are being very fair, we are being very open, and we have value for money. So when we talk about procurement, I am glad to announce that, of course, majority of the responses that we got from the plenary were very, very clear, and especially on the fact that it's about buying. So anytime we talk about procurement, procurement is simply buying of goods, works, and services that are required for the operations of a public institution that are planned for, and that is by use of public funds. I want to say that anytime a parent comes to the school with fees, the moment they pay school fees from their pocket into the school account, that money becomes public funds. And that money should be spent according to actually the regulations that have been laid down upon in the Finance Management Act. Therefore, then, it is important that when we are looking at how to buy goods, works, and services within the school, we ensure that we are guided by the Public Procurement Act and the regulations, so that we can actually buy goods of the right quality. We can seek services from reliable suppliers and services of the right quality in the right quantity, services that are cost effective, services, goods, and work that can be delivered at the right time and to the right place, and by paying the right price, while at the same time achieving the lowest possible total cost. And therefore, when we are looking at procurement, we are actually looking at all the activities, right from identifying the needs, evaluation of the tenders, purchasing, how we are going to be actually managing our contract between the institution and the suppliers, and the extent to which some of those goods that we buy can be disposed at the end of their useful life. So it is actually an activity that spans from need identification up to disposal. So when we are talking about the procurement, we are talking about a cycle. And therefore, in procurement, government looks at how you actually identify a need, you get an item, you spend that item, and it doesn't actually end at spending that item. Some of the items that we procure, at the end of their life cycle, they can be disposed. And therefore, government would like to see that even at the end of their lifespan, their useful life, how have we disposed? And that is what we call prudent management of public resources. Public money is a public resource, and therefore a resource that we need to make the very best use of as we engage in the management of finances. So anytime we are looking at procurement, we are simply looking at how do we buy goods, works, and services in our institutions using public funds, and actually all that has to be guided by some tenets. That in that kind of exercise, are we buying goods of the right quality? Are we getting works of the right quality? Are we getting services of the right quality and from reliable people? And quantity, are they cost effective? Are they delivered at the right time? You see, if, for example, you are buying some items to be delivered, some items to be used for breakfast. For example, in a school setup, you want to buy bread, and that bread is to be used in the morning. Then the supplier supplies that bread at 3 p.m. You see now, we do not need the bread at 3 p.m., we need the bread at 7. And therefore, delivery of items that have been procured for at the right time is key in procurement. So I cannot emphasize all this. You can already see the need for procurement in our institutions. Now, what are some of the benefits that we get when we actually follow this act, the guidelines as laid down by the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act in our management of finances? One, there is enhanced transparency and accountability in the use of money. We promote competition and fairness. Of course, we have talked about the tendering process, whereby we do not have preferred suppliers. You give an opportunity to every other Kenyan out there by advertising what you would like to get in the form of supplies. Any person who is interested in supplying has actually the opportunity to apply. And therefore, through this, we promote competition and fairness. By ensuring that, of course, we get goods, works, and services that are actually of the right quantity, delivered at the right time, using the right, of course, amount of money that are cost effective. We are maximizing on effectiveness and efficiency in utilization of public funds. Again, integrity, fairness of procurement procedures is underscored because of the fact that, of course, the process is open. We can actually share out the information about what an institution wants to do, over a given period of time. We are actually, even from the stage of budgeting, it is a process that is involving all stakeholders. The process that is approved by stakeholders, we are actually making it a public participatory activity when we also engage the public in tendering for what we want supplied in our institutions. And therefore, we want to say we want to promote integrity and fairness in our buying process. We also want to restore public confidence in the procurement process in the repealed law. Remember, previously in our schools or in our institutions, in our government institutions, and I want to maybe now be very specific in our institutions of learning, we had what we used to call the tender committees. And the tender committees were definitely committees that were running as a one-man show, because the chairperson of that committee was the deputy principal of our school. And remember, the deputy principal of our school is not the chief executive officer of our school. It is therefore a gap, because the chief executive officer of the school is the one with the authority to incur expenditure according to the law. Yet, the person heading that committee used to be the deputy. And you see, every other time we know that the deputy is the person in charge, then I can find a way of trying to work out my business with the deputy. And I look for a small dama, get the deputy that dama, and I supply. Now, when year in, year out, I am the person supplying books. I am the person supplying firewood. I am the person supplying maize. Then, of course, the public will always feel that, of course, the tender for supply of firewood belongs to Mr. Kisilu. Tender for supply of maize. So let me not even bother myself in applying for that tender, since it is in the public domain that so and so is the one who supplies this item in this particular school. So over time, the Public Procurement Act of 2005, of course, had gaps, and that is now why this law was repealed and revised. Now we have the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act of 2015, whereby procurement in our schools is by ad hoc committees. An ad hoc committee is simply a temporary committee, whereby, of course, we shall have a committee appointed by the CEO of the school to receive tenders, another one to evaluate, another one to inspect and give reports on, of course, the items delivered. So at each stage of the procurement process, a committee has been set. And once your terms of reference are very clear, once you are done with actually your assignment, then that committee ceases to exist. So you see now, we cannot have the tender committee coming back again to inspect. And therefore, it's a process that can now have checks and balances. So the earlier law that guided us on the procurement process was a law that was subject to a lot of course, a lot of corruption, and public, of course, lost confidence in it, and therefore we had to revise this law. This is now the current law that is actually guiding us on how we actually spend government public money in our schools. So those are some of the benefits of public procurement and asset using the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act of 2015, and more specifically in our institutions, when we actually follow the regulations of this law, you realize that there is cost effectiveness in acquisition of goods, works, and services. Goods, of course, that are purchased are fit for a purpose. Of course, we ensure that legal and financial obligations are applied. I remember you talking about what are some of the implications when we don't follow this law. Some of them say, of course, we can be sacked, we can be taken to courts of law, embarrassment, and all that. So there are legal and financial implications when we don't comply with this law. Then, of course, suppliers are guided, and they will continue to deliver as agreed in the contract. And therefore, these are some of the reasons why, of course, it is important for education institutions to actually follow procurement procedures and regulations as laid down in the law. Now, this is simply, in this activity, Madam Nancy actually engages us into what we have actually discussed, where we talk about non-adherence to procurement procedures. And therefore, maybe you can read for us this activity. And I think it is best, when we give our responses in the chat forum. Okay. Madam Nancy?
Thank you, Mr. Kisilu. Here I go. This is activity 5. Non-adherence to proper procurement processes and procedures has attracted increasing attention from many stakeholders in the education sectors. Procurement continues to be affected by many challenges that have led to huge losses of public resources. Schools have been accused of being involved in procurement fraud, including illegal practices in which organizations or individuals bribe teachers to influence the awarding contracts, paying gratuity money or giving gifts for usual services, and engaging in procurement process leading to conflict of interest. So you're to discuss the meaning of the term procurement. And B, what are the benefits of the Public Procurement and Disposal Act while undertaking procurement in schools? And then C, discuss the importance of procurement in education institutions. There you are, Mr. Kisilu. Mr. Kisilu.
Yes. So since this is actually what we have just discussed in our previous discussion, we can get the responses via the chat forum. Or what would be your opinion, Madam Joyce?
They've already started putting the chats. I don't know.
All right.
That's
it's
okay.
It's okay. You can give us the responses.
So we have already discussed what is the meaning of the term procurement and the benefits, isn't it?
Yeah, we have.
Let them just put it in the chat.
All right. Madam Nancy, you can sample the responses for us kindly as they come.
Okay. The benefits, it ensures prudent use of public funds and process of acquiring goods and services in a financial year. And then it also leads to transparency. That is the benefit. It leads procurement, one defines it, is the purchasing of goods and services and works. Procurement is the purchasing of goods and services in an institution. Procurement is purchasing goods and services. Another benefit is transparency. Procurement, one defines, is also buying the same buying of goods and services. They are the same benefit, transparency. You work within your budget and time, that is on time. And it enhances transparency and accountability. It promotes competition and fairness. It is the ordering and buying of goods and services, that is procurement. Benefit, it leads to efficiency, accountability, effectiveness, and efficiency use of public resources. And procurement is the procedure outlined in the purchasing of goods and services with public money. It ensures fairness and transparency. So they are on that line. Also benefit is integrity and efficiency, proper use of money, which is dispersed in schools, and restores public confidence, promotes competition and fairness. That's a benefit. Okay, another one says, sincerely, our school, sometimes what is procured is not what is supplied. That is, you see, when there is no prioritizing or not budgeting. and goods and services are fit to the purpose, promotes efficiency. They are more or less the same, Mr. Kisilu, now.
Yeah.
Mm.
So thank you very much for those responses. I think we are moving on well because we can see, of course, from the plenary that you are well aware that procurement is simply the buying of goods, works and services in exchange of some money in our government institutions. And of course, you just highlighted the benefits of implementing the Public Procurement and Disposal Act. Just like earlier discussed, we are looking at, of course, the importance of the same in our institutions as a case whereby, of course, we are likely to benefit from cost effectiveness in acquisition of goods, works and services, goods that are purchased to fit the purpose. Somebody has just said that sincerely, some of the things that are purchased in our schools are not actually what is important for use. Then, of course, we ensure compliance with the law, and then, of course, suppliers continually keeping on supplying, of course, as expected and as outlined for in the contract. Now, let's go to stores. The management of stores. And a store, of course, in the case of our institutions, is a place where we keep excess material, maybe to be used later or when required. And therefore, when you talk about stores, we refer to the stock or items that are kept in that store. So management of stores involves actually a process of receiving, recording, storing itself, and then issuing again of what has been stored. And therefore, when we receive supplies from suppliers, we must ensure that we keep them in safe custody up to that time when they will be issued to the user departments for appropriate use. And therefore, once now we get the supplies from our suppliers, the goods from our suppliers, then again, that is also the time when the management of the inventory starts. Because from our earlier discussion, we have just said that an inventory is simply a list of those items that we keep in the store. So once we get the supplies, we must actually put them in a list. This is what we have received. We shall be looking at a sample of an inventory. So item by item, item by item. So when we are talking about stores management and the inventory, then we cannot separate the two. Since what we receive now, we have now looked at the budgeting process. It's a process of now looking at income and what we are going to spend. Then we have now gotten the money. We have now started the process of actually spending. And therefore, for us to spend, we must buy. We have bought. The suppliers have actually supplied. Now we want to store what has been supplied. We must actually work out the stores management with the inventory by way of looking at this is what has been supplied. Number one, sure. Then number two, these kind of items, all the items that come from our suppliers, they must actually be stored. And when we are storing those items until they are issued to the user departments for the use that was intended for them, we must actually have them recorded in the inventory. So management of stores is a process that will involve receiving, recording, storing, and issuing, of course, the supplies at the appropriate time to the user departments. Now, I think this one we can use the breakout rooms, Madam Nancy, then we shall sample the responses. We have four questions here, and we would like to, we are 331. We can still be in 10 groups. Then group 1 to 3, they look at question 1. Group 4 and 5, they look at question 2. Group 6, 7, and 8, they look at question 3. Then 9 and 10, they look at question 4. Then we shall sample the responses kindly. I hope you've gotten my direction. That group 1 and 3, they look at question 1, 4 and 5, question 2, 6, 7, and 8, they look at question 3. Then group 9 to 10, they look at question 4. Then we shall sample the responses from each of some of those groups, and then we get the response. So Madam Nancy, you can take them through activity 6. And then of course, I hope they have, if you find yourself in those groups, then you know exactly the question that you are looking at.
Okay, fine. Activity 6.
Maybe you can read for them, then
Yeah.
you'll also give further guidance in the
Okay,
breakout room.
Okay. Institutions of learning operations can be greatly affected by the efficiency of its stores operations. Efficient stores management can maintain continuous operations, but stores mismanagement can lose an institution money and affect operations. As a teacher, you are expected to carry out stores management and stock control tasks effectively and professionally. These tasks you are expected to perform include managing stores and inventory, plan and coordinate inventory, work and train, supervise and control the store's personnel. Okay, question 1, that is for group 1, 2, and 3. Identify and explain the 2 types of stores that can be found in your institution. Question 2, that is for group 4 and 5. Explain the main processes of a store. Question 3, that is for group 6, 7, and 8. The importance of stores management in institutions of learning. And then question 4, the last one, that is for group 9 and 10. The meaning of an inventory and its importance in stores management. Those are the questions. So as normal, once you get the prompt, you join, you click on it to join the group, and then from there you will answer the respective question for your group. So there we go. I'm going to create and open the groups. So you can join your groups once you get the prompt.
Thank you. Thank you. I think now we are getting back to the plenary. And I was in a group that was very active. I think I want to believe that the rest of us actively engaged in our discussion in their particular groups that they were allocated. Now, Madam Nancy, I think you can lead us in this one by sampling the responses. You could get us a group in the first cohort, 1 to 3, another group to give the feedback for 4 and 5, then another group in 6 and 8, another one 9, 10.
Okay, we can start with question. I can have the hands down for the time being, and then we get there those who are in those who are in groups 1 to 3. Then I can sample from there. So you can lift your hand if you are either in group 1, 2, or 3. Okay, I see there is Andrew there. You can unmute, Andrew. Audrey, yes. Okay.
And we were looking at the test of those. Can you hear me?
Which group?
I think I was in group 2. I lost a management for a short time and I was distracted a bit, but I think I was in group 2.
Okay.
I was doing the technical there.
Audrey is not very audible. There is a lot of echo in your room. Can you try to be a bit audible?
Oh, sorry.
Or if you have 2 gadgets that are on, can you just switch off one?
Can you hear me now? Am I more audible? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
You can proceed.
Okay, thank you. So I was in group 2 and we were looking at the types of those. We mentioned, members mentioned 2 types of stores, although we were conflicted whether they are 2 or 2, but maybe we'll get clarification as we go on. So we mentioned the permanent stores, and this in the permanent store we have items that have a shelf life of more than 1 year. These will include things such as beds, the furniture that is there in the school, generally the furniture that is there in the school, and then we have the office equipment such as paper punch and sectors and etc. And then we have so other permanent. We say it's either permanent or expendable. So you are constricted whether permanent and expendable is the same thing. But we say permanent or expendable. And these are things that last for more than a year in the school. We don't need frequent replacement. And then we have the consumables. The consumables are those goods that last for that have a shorter shelf life. They last for less than a year, and they include food items. For example, the food that we consume within the school. They also include things such as chalk, exercise books, chalk and exercise books, and pens, things such as that. Games equipment, balls, etc. They can fall under consumables. So those are the 2 main types of stores.
Okay. So Mr. Kisilu, she's through?
Yes. Yeah. That's great. Thank you for the feedback. Let's appreciate group 2 for job well done. Let's appreciate them. Then Madam Nancy, you also sample a group in the cohort of 4 to 5.
4 to 5.
Yes.
Are
just
you
one?
And are you in group that 4 to 5? We only want hands up for group 4 to 5.
I wanted to make a correction that was a presentation for group 1. I was the secretary for group 2, so not Audrey.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
So can we have hands up for those who are in group 4 and 5? 4 and 5. I believe Sandra, you're there. Sandra, you can
Yes.
unmute. Yeah.
I was in group 4.
Okay, fine.
And
Proceed.
the question, yes. Hello.
Endelea.
Yes, I was in group 4 and the question was that to explain the main processes of a store. So these are the responses that my members came up with. The first process is receiving the incoming materials and then record them in a store's ledger. So once the materials arrive, they are received and then recorded in the store's ledger for future reference. And then the second process or the second step is keeping the materials as long as they are required for use. So that is keeping them in custody. Then the last step was issuance or dispatching them when they are needed. Then before these, the three, there was another reaction that was still in argument, that issuance of the purchase requisition of materials required. That before the materials are received, there is that purchase requisition that is given. Then as they receive, they confirm with the purchase requisition of materials as they receive and record them in the ledger. That is what we had in our group.
Okay, thank you, Madam Sandra. Can we have a clap for that group? Virtual clap. That is, you go to the reactions and put a comment on the chat. Okay, next we have group 6, 7, and 8 working on question 3. Let me get the hands. I believe, Rachel, you're in that group. You can unmute and proceed. Rachel Karidi. Okay.
Yes. I was in group number 8.
Okay.
And we were looking at the importance
Thank
of
you for the responses. That's very good.
Management. And these are the points that we were able to gather. Number 1, to control on the right quality and quantity of items. Number 2, to ensure, this is an importance, to ensure proper records are kept for the property that has been acquired. Number 3, to ensure that the property is properly stored and to ensure its safety. To avoid overstocking and understocking, to ensure that all materials are put in place. Then for better organization of school property, for better parking of school assets, for easier accessibility of items whenever they are needed, and for better utilization. Then it helps to keep track on how goods are utilized, especially on time remit, to ensure that we don't have expiry, we don't have things that are overstaying in the store and so on. Then to ensure that there is safety, to ensure that they are well put so that no damage will be there, either because of dampness or any person or any animal or anything that destroys what is put in the store. Then to help in identifying the specific materials that are required, you need to restock, and therefore you can easily identify that. Then in order to know what is available in the store and what is not available, so that you are able to balance on what you need and what is really not needed. Then for proper records on inventory, so that you are able to know what is in that particular store. And lastly, for better planning and for better stocking for future. And thank you so much. God bless.
Okay, thank you,
Thank
Rachel.
you too.
That
Madam
was,
Nancy.
okay, that was for group 3. Thank you, Rachel. Question 3 for groups 6, 7, and 8. And now the last one, question 4. We get from any, that is group 9 and 10. And of course, remember to applaud Rachel and the team. So we go to question 4, the last one, from groups 9 and 10. I can take either. There is Marceline and there is Rosalind. Where is the male gender? Tunasikia sauti za kike. Where are the gentlemen? Brian, I'm going to...
The boy child. You can pick on Brian.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. There he is. You can unmute Brian.
Yeah. we Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you, Brian.
Yeah, we had said that the inventory is a document that records all items that are received in store. And its importance is to, first of all, to determine what is in stock, and also monitor how they are issued out, and also to prevent the proliferation of items, or to prevent the privilege that is loss of items without accountability in the store, and also to make requisition for more that are required as needed to avoid overstocking. I hope you have heard.
Yes, we are getting you, Brian.
That is partly which we is.
You are done?
So, yeah, I'm done.
Okay, Mr. Gisile, I can see Marceline's hand up. I don't know whether she has a query or she.
Yeah, it's okay. She can add something if there's something that she feels that has not been done. Marceline?
Thank you very much. I hope you are getting me.
Yes, we are.
Yeah, in our group that was actually dealing with number 4, we just wanted to add that for us to be able to respond to the importance of inventory in stores management, on top of what our brother said from the other group, we actually said that it enables, when we have proper inventory, it enables us to have a smooth learning environment, and therefore avoid stoppage in learning. And another point that I think has not been put is that it enables us to deal with price changes, and especially the sudden changes in market prices, so that when we have the materials in store, we can be safe when prices change, especially in the goods that we use like maize, beans, and the rest of that. And this will actually lead to the maximum use and efficient use of school resources. Thank you very much. That was to add on top of what our brother said on part B of our question number 4.
Okay, thank you, Marceline.
Thank you, Madam Nancy, for actually steering us through that particular activity. And thank you all of us for actually actively participating in our groups. Let us go to the reactions and actually appreciate ourselves for a job well done. Let us go to the reactions and appreciate ourselves. We've done a good job. Actually, I have just learned that all of us have been able to do a very good job, right? From actually Andrew all the way up to Marceline and our brother Brian, who has represented the boy child in this particular discussion. We are getting worried even in earlier discussions about the boy child, because the girl child is really actively involved in our discussions. So I still want to encourage the boy child in other discussions. Please come up and be with us as we participate in this wonderful discussion. Thank you for appreciating ourselves. And now we just want now to summarize actually this discussion about what we've just been talking about, the types of stores, the processes of a store and that. So just like the first quote, we were told that there are 2 types of stores by hand. We have what we call the centralized stores and the decentralized stores in our institutions. And when we talk about this decentralized store, we are simply talking about storing all the items in our schools at a central place, and the control of the control of those materials that are actually stored then is also from a central place. So that is what we call a centralized store. And it is actually the opposite of the decentralized store, whereby, of course, in the decentralized concept, we move the items to the respective consumer directly, or we just want to issue out the item that has been supplied directly to the user or to the point of use. So if it is actually a book that has been procured, then it is issued directly to the teacher or to the department that is actually, if it is actually mains, then we actually supply it directly, we issue it directly to the teacher. So I think that is the difference between centralized and decentralized stores, whereby, of course, it's like each department in decentralized store system concept. It's like we are actually giving the user departments the mandate to actually store or keep the items that have been procured. Now, in the process, in the main process of a store, like we have just seen from our discussion, it entails actually receiving, keeping in custody, and issuing. Those are the three main processes of a store. We receive, then we keep in custody, then we also issue out to the appropriate department. Remember, we receive from the suppliers, then of course, we are also keeping them to provide security against, of course, what our friend Brian has talked about, pilferage or theft, damage, and all that. Then we issue them to the various user departments, of course, with duly signed requisition slips. So when you are actually issuing out, then that person who is being issued with an item from the store signs a requisition form. If you want papers, printing papers, you actually fill in a requisition form, you sign in a requisition form, then you are issued with the number of papers or printing papers that you actually want. So the supporting process in the stock control in stores management is known as the inventory control, and it is actually the process of receiving, keeping in custody, and issuing, and it is more like a cyclic process, because each other time we shall receive, we shall keep, we shall issue. Once we issue, we receive again. Whatever we have received, kept in store and issued, and it's actually used, then we receive again. So this is a continuous process. It's a cyclic process, right from receiving, keeping, and issuing, like you can see from that diagrammatic representation in my chart. Now, types of store ledgers. We have what we call the consumable store ledgers, actually identified as S1 and S2. We have expendable, or what we call the permanent store ledgers. We talk about the consumable stores, then of course we talk about items, or those items that we keep in the store whose shelf life is limited to only one financial year. Of course, when we talk about that, we are talking about the items like chalk, toners, printing papers, items for fixtures like timber, iron sheets, nails, and all that. Permanent stores, S2, these are actually items in the store whose shelf life goes beyond a financial year. And they may include things like, of course, a paper punch, a stapler, or furniture, or desks, or beds, or even other items within the school, like plows, lab equipment, games equipment, office, farm implements, school equipment, boarding equipment. All those are expendable or permanent stores. So we have two types of ledgers when it comes to stores management: the consumable stores, which are used within a period of a financial year, and the expendable of the permanent stores whose shelf life is more than a financial year, as in the examples that I have just given. Now, what is the importance? Just like 3 years into to us, of course, we actually ensure that the right quantity and quality of supplies are ordered and received at the right time and price. that the supplies are properly stored for ease of access and security, that the right quantity and quality of supplies are available to the specific user departments and at the right time. So that aspect of time. Then, of course, we ensure that what is supplied first is also what is paid first. So we talk about the FIFO, first in, first out. So that when we are making actually the payments to the suppliers, we ensure that whatever comes in first in the form of supplies, of course, is also what is paid, and whatever comes in first, again, in terms of use, is also what is used first, and that. So that, of course, we also ensure that we do not have old stock getting bad, or even, of course, suppliers complaining. So FIFO, of course, but now FIFO in force management refers to actually how we use our supplies within the store. It's also a method that is used in payments when it comes to financial management, which is still part of this. But in our case today, in our discussion, in this context of stores management, what comes in first is what should go out first. So that will ensure that, of course, the possibility of old stock getting bad or expiring at the expense of new stock is avoided. Then we ensure proper records are kept for supplies traded in the institution, and that is also appropriate stock taking to ascertain if we have any losses or gains, if any, in the process of storing our items in the stores. So then we want to look at the inventory, and of course, an inventory keeps track of all the valuable assets that are owned by our schools. In short, we are saying an inventory is a list of all the items that we have in our education institutions. And it contains information about what is owned, how much, and its worth. It is also a record that, of course, highlights the assets that we have in our institutions by giving general information of all the assets that an institution owns. And what is the importance of keeping an inventory in our schools or education institutions? One, we want to allow capitalized assets to be accounted for properly. Remember, we have what we call the capital assets. Capital asset, like, of course, a school bus. Of course, we want to see, of course, whatever asset that we have, is it in record? If it is land, if it is the school bus, if it is equipment, then can we account for all the school equipment? Can we, whether games or furniture or motor or vehicles and all, can we account for all the capital assets of our institution? Then, of course, we want to make it possible to create management reports, so that, of course, now we can also get a report from the person in charge of the stores on, of course, what is happening in the stores. Remember, we have said we have the consumables and the expendables, and therefore, of course, remember, the consumables have a shelf life of 1 year. We want to know exactly at the end of the financial year, then what consumable stores do we need when we are planning for the other financial years. So it is a document that will also help inform the management of the institution in terms of financial planning. It also allows for future planning, that one, of course, I've talked about. It also improves accountability, that, of course, we can exactly know who has been issued with what item of the school. So if we know that we have this number of equipment, then so and so has been entrusted with this type of equipment within the school. So it is one way of improving accountability, whereby, of course, we know this item, of course, has been issued to so and so, and therefore we can keep track and know, of course, who can be held accountable for the items within the school. So that's then a template of inventory. It shows, of course, the asset number, then the asset name, the serial number. So for example, if it is the school bus, number one, asset name, school bus, serial number, then of course you get it, then the date when the school bus was purchased, the location of the equipment, description of the equipment, the cost, the conditions, and the disposal date. So that is actually a template of an inventory. So it is encouraged that schools that do not have inventories, of course, kindly ensure that heads of institutions where you do not have an inventory within your school, within your education institutions, please make an effort of getting one. It should be part of actually the documents, the operational management documents that we should have in our institutions. We are almost coming to the end of our discussion, and I'm glad to say that now we need to give feedback. We are actually in group processing. We want to really take care of your time today. We want to share briefly in the chat forum. Remember, our KWL was on what we know, what we want to learn about, and what we have learned. Remember, we deliberately left that session on what we learned, and this is the time now we want to share briefly on one thing, just one thing that you've learned today. And because there was so many activities, there were so many activities in these discussions this morning, at least one thing that you contributed in our class today. So in the chat forum, Madam Nancy kindly guide us in this activity, group processing, whereby we want our participants to share just one thing that they have learned, and then one thing that they have contributed to the group as we move on to the next level. Over to you, Madam Nancy.
Thank you, Mr. Kisilu. They've started coming in. They've written there. What they've learned is how to budget, and one has said contributed in the group types of budget. And okay, although one is saying kindly go back to the examples of inventory. One has learned on financial literacy. I have learned the importance of stores management. I've learned on FIFO. Contribution, one says, I contributed points in the chat and in breakout rooms. That's good. I chaired group 2 breakout room in both activities. Good. I have learned about inventories and stores. That's another one. I've learned on budgeting. Another one, I contributed in group 5 on the store process. Wonderful. I have learned on financial management. Another one says, I contributed during the group discussion. And I have also, many contributions I've learned on benefits of procurement, the process of a store. I have learned the importance of stores management. I've learned how to keep an inventory on the types of stores. Do I continue, Mr. Kisilu?
Yeah, you can just continue.
Yes, I was in my group and I made a contribution. One says, I have learned about financial literacy, types of stores. I have learned a lot on procurement. I have learned on the voted such as LTT, EWC, repairs and maintenance. That's another one. I have learned on FIFO. Another one, I have learned on importance of budgeting. Another one, I contributed in group number 5. I contributed in group discussion. I learned on the importance of budgeting, the importance of an inventory. I have learned how to fill an inventory. Another one, Rachel, I was a chair and a secretary in my groups. That's good. I have learned on the types of budgets. That's another one. I've learned on the importance of stores management. I have learned on the types of ledgers, that is permanent and consumables. I have really learned a lot on financial literacy, budgeting, procurement. Generally, knowledge on finance has been increased. Then another one, learned on procurement process, types of stores, the meaning of budgeting and the process of budgeting. And also another one on members of tender committee. That is important. I've also learned on, I've also participated in a group. That's another one. I have learned on financial literacy and how to manage my finances, types of stores and importance of stores management. I have learned how to budget and why it is important. They are more or less the same. Another one, I chaired a room discussion, then now I'm learning, I'm now financial literate. Good, Sawa.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, members, for those that feedback on actually what you learned and what you contributed to the group. We really appreciate for your active participation, and we are glad that actually you've learned something in our discussion today. Now it's time to reflect on our day, and during our today's lesson, we were actually looking at financial literacy, and we want you to go back to your reflective journals in the LMS and fill in actually this portion, this part on what you learn, what you need to learn more about, and what needs to be improved, and especially on actually what we discussed in our particular session today on financial literacy. We would like you to record on your journey of learning. We are calling it a reflective journal. On our journey of learning, the reflective journal in the LMS, what you learned, what you need to learn more about, and what needs to be improved. I know you've been doing this actually in your earlier engagement, and you know how you go about this portion, and therefore that is something that you also need to actually accomplish. It's a task that we expect that you accomplish, and therefore later in the day after lunch we expect that you participate again in the extended learning activity. Madam Nancy, maybe you can read for them the extended learning activity that we are expecting them to be looking at from 2 to 4.
Okay, here we go. This is the extended learning activity you're to go through. Financial literacy plays a key role in ensuring that teachers have adequate competencies in managing education institution funds. Management of education institution funds requires teachers to carry out multiple roles that will ensure prudent utilization of financial resources. Therefore, financial literacy will assist in undertaking the following roles. 1, securing financial resources for education institutions plan and development. 2, monitoring and evaluation of the education institution budget. 3, auditing of education institution accounts and financial reports. And then there is, yes. Okay, there you are. You're also to discuss how you are supposed to play the above roles and the importance in the management of education institution finances. Thank you, Mr. Kisilu.
Thank you, Madam Nancy. I suggest that our participants, you also take a snapshot of this activity. We shall still be sharing the notes with you, but it's prudent that you also take a snapshot of this, so that as you also enter into the other part of the day, then you can actually be looking at this. There is actually a link that you still can go to in relation to this extended learning activity, which is actually a live link, which you can get more information about this learning activity. Otherwise, I want to say thank you very much. I want to say thank you very much for actually taking your time since morning to be with us during this particular session when we were taking you through financial literacy. It was a good session. We enjoyed your company, and in as much as we wish to be with you longer, but we want to say that we still have to serve other cohorts. And for now, we want to say thank you very much. I want to get back to Madam Joyce. maybe for some remarks as we conclude our session today. Asanteni sana.
They wanted to see our faces. Abu, put your face on.
Oh, they wanted to see our faces.
They can
Oh,
also
thank-
put theirs on, Madam Joyce. I take some
They can also-
snapshots.
It has
Mr.
been a long week.
Mr. Kisilu, you can pull down.
Yes.
You pull down, I get the screenshots for the
Okay.
participants.
Okay. Let me first stop sharing my screen.
Okay, there we go. I can see beautiful faces smiling.
Wow.
Yes, that's wonderful. Thank you so much for being with us during this particular time. I think, Madam Joyce,
Yes.
these were our wonderful participants, and we really want to appreciate them for being with us and for keeping us company. I can see Madam Nancy again. So asanteni sana. Asanteni
Wacha
sana.
niwachukulie snapshot.
Yeah, you can get a snapshot of our participants for today. Eric Muhati is very excited.
Yeah.
Yes, we are happy. It has been a long
Yes.
week.
It
I'll
has
tell
been a
you
long
one-
week, and we really want to say thank you very much. Thank you very
Yes.
much for giving us
So we are
time
grateful.
and company. So
All right.
asanteni sana.
Open your videos till I tell you it's over.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you guys, and enjoy your afternoon. Enjoy your weekend too.
Unfortunately, tomorrow
Hatujaomba
I'm
Mr. Kisilu, hatujaomba bado.
Yes, unfortunately tomorrow is on is a day we are still back in class. But all the same, we shall still make it a good weekend.
Yes.
All
Okay,
right.
I'm through. Maombi,
You are through?
they can have a closing prayer and then we break. I'm through, Mr. Kisilu and Joyce.
Okay.
Thank you. Now we just unmute one person to lead us with the word of prayer, then we can break. So please, if you know you're not able, our numbers, yeah?
Oh, our numbers.
Mine is 0721-318-410. I've already posted it.
It's on the chat.
Okay, I can still post mine on the chat forum. So that, of course, you can also get to us in case you want to communicate to us. Then that is also my number. It's on the chat forum.
Yeah, Martin.
Yes.
There's someone who is saying alikuwa na Maseno.
Oh, yes. This is the Martin of Maseno, and you are also in Maseno. Tell them so.
That is Lynette.
Lynette who?
That's a good
All
one.
right. Yeah.
Thank you, team.
Yeah,
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Who is going to close for us with the word of prayer? Naona George Thiongo. I can unmute him to pray for us. George Thiongo.
Yes, let's pray.
Okay.
Lord, we thank you for your faithfulness and your love. You have been good to us since morning throughout the session, Lord. We thank you for our facilitators. We pray for them. It has been such a great day in this session, Lord. We thank you. We pray the Lord God, even as we embark in our other activities, you'll be with us. And we pray that Lord give us strength even to continue to with this learning session, the glory and honor of your name. Receive all the honor and praise. In Jesus' name we pray.
Thank you,
Amen.
team. Thank you. Bye.
Wanaweza kuwasalamia. Bye.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you
Bye.
guys for the wonderful discussions that we have had today. We really appreciate your company. We love and miss you so much. We wish to engage further in this discussion. Asanteni sana.
Thank you.
Na mbarikiwe.
Okay. Omaje, weka hizo vikapu niende shopping.
Muongee.
Kuna
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Number
Bye.
one. Communication in church.
Appreciate you.
Adeline, bye. And that's Martin again. I miss it. I'm over Martin again. Kesho ni church. Tutawami.
Bye. Bye.